Yes, what would very much help if Streamlabs was not reading and my mic as default opposed to the actual streaming mic that I use. So yeah, anyway, after a little bit of technical difficulties, sorry about that. That I was able to now able to speak. So yeah, yay. So off screen, I was trying to on level up Flower a little bit. I forget whether I got it up 4 levels or if I got it up actually like 10. Because I do remember that at one point it was level 15, but now it's level 20. Uh, it does no minimize eyes. There wasn't really much interesting about it. I will say that if something if there is a healing move, it will be very tempting to place it over minimize. Because C player, it's like, for something that can lower the special defense of 15 moves, and it has high power, without being one turn. Yeah, I actually wouldn't mind it so much on it being like, yeah, we'll give you 40 extra power for 40 less accuracy. Shadow Sneak is absolutely broken in this. So yeah. So my main team, as you can tell, is Turtle. Turtle the Chatot, Sealy the Dugong, uh, Tangly Tool the Dunsparce is there, but not really. Moon the Scissor, and then Disaster the Absol. Oh, right. Those two died to melee. So, yeah. Going to be interesting, but I did get a new battle. So, Liam, well, if you're wondering where Liam is, he is one of the people you can get after you defeat the maids correctly. So, essentially, I will be leveling up sub Pokemon. Munger, don't expect me to level up because I already know that I will go into a relic camp. Don't get me wrong, I probably will level up at some point, just not right now. But Star and Hip are going to be some on the list to evolve this stream. Everybody else, I do plan to get it up so that they can at least be on the sub team. Some of the people that are on the sub team that actually would be very helpful to train up is Wisher. Wisher was hands down one of the people instrumental in getting as far as where I did. Crescent helped a lot as well in the sub team there, but not quite. Steelix was the last one that really helped. Blossom and Shelly, they might have been able to have helped if they went there, but also if they were up a little bit more, but it is what it is. Then you also count that Crescent was level 50. So, but Crescent was the last one that could come in clutch because Crescent, well, I knew one move worked. Or rather, I knew that was a flying type, and so it's like, hi, nothing super effective against flying. Hi, again, nothing super effective against flying. And still surprised that I was a splash. I say splash. This thing has a move that's technically super effective. Problem is, it doesn't do damage. It just heals it. That's the issue with it. Wait a minute. Can any of my rain team actually harm it? Oh wait, yeah, no, Slicer can. Modebreaker can. Oh right, no, Brian and Power Gym can break it anyway. So yeah, I will need Slicer or Pincher for the second fight, specifically against the Ace. So if I don't see it at the end, by the end, then I'm perfectly fine with switching in. Because then it's like if it's literally the fifth and final Pokemon, and then I see it come in. Okay, then I feel like I can actually switch it, because then it's like, then I could argue that's like, well, I knew that the Executor was a pain and was capable to have Thunder Guard. I knew you had an Executor, and unless you got a sixth Pokemon, that's the only place you could have been. Well, that thing could have been. So, the last Pokemon that was on this team that is not really there anymore is Shadow. Oh, Shadow. Shadow technically shouldn't have been there in the first place. It actually should have been more on Muncher. It's just that I was not sure if I wanted to actually, you know, fight with Muncher. So, actually, that is something I don't know if I actually paid attention to. Does Muncher actually, sorry, is Relicanth actually a physical attacker as well? Or is it actually more special attacker? Because that would be a pain. That would be a pain. If it's similar, or such as like how Jirachi is, then I don't mind having physical attacks, even if it is the lesser attack. But I just would prefer a special. So, where are all the berries that increase? Okay, there it is. Oh, whoops. No, I want to do this. Because I wanted to make sure that it would go and well, I just wanted to make sure that the berry, let's say that the one rare candy would have worked. So again, there's that. I'll talk about immediately still, but Melee and Roark are actually still here. So Roark is so okay, so 95. Okay, yeah. So the only thing that's different is one, ability. Two, I think Muncher, I was say like Relicanth actually has a whole lot more speed than what Munchlax did. And it has comparable. I think it has comparable special defense, but also has a whole lot more defense. Wow, Jesus! It does have less HP though. That's the only issue. But yeah, Melee is actually quite terrifying. Not only is she the only one, well, not only is all of her Pokemon one level higher than what I've seen for other people. Yeah, she's also like, she's certainly up there. So kind of don't want to fight her, but also it's like that's a lot of XP that I would be wasting if I don't. Oh, right, it's too old that does it. So let's start off with the mains, see about what they can do. After all, they are the weakest point for it. So, well, they are the weakest thing that I can fight in the game. So I'm not too worried about it. Uh, plus, you never know. I might get Liam, but probably more likely than not, I'm gonna get the lady. Because I think that's the lady that shows up on Thursdays, like I stream, and like that's the only thing that I kind of like dislike about actually streaming something like this. The fact that unless I change up when I actually do stuff, I am set to only encounter a specific set of things. Sure. Uh, so as per usual, oh yeah, no, Shoppa's not tiny. That's that. Well, actually, yeah, it's in the regular image. Shoppa is just that tiny. Uh, but yeah, like with the regular thing, I say with the thing I have, or rather the rule set I have, uh, I do have everybody I've caught, or that is valid. Outside maybe a dome fossil. The dome fossil is about the only thing that I can use that would actually be a new thing, so that I could use as essentially the fossil claws on. But other than the fossil claws, I can't get any more Pokemon. And what the fossil claws is specifically for towns, since they don't necessarily have of a capability to have a Pokemon. If they have no way to get a Pokemon, so like you can't fish, you can't surf, and there's no gift Pokemon, I can use a fossil for it. But I do have to find the fossil. So there is that. Dude, I forget. Oh, I forget where you're actually supposed to get the fossil from. I think this one is better for Thief. Yep, there it goes. Down one shot. Now, do note, Shuppet is supposed to get to level 37 before I can actually do it. I'll say before level up, it has to get to level 37. Here's Gubuskin, which is, I believe, a flying type? No, it's a ground type, because it's immune to, like, if I recall correctly, it's immune to, actually, yeah, no, it might be ground flying. Because it's not out of the realm of possibility that something's ground flying. Because, I mean, heck, Landers is land flying. So, there's that. Five turns, okay, and might as well insure it. It's just a Pichu. So, frick, I don't have anybody that actually insures it. There's no way. There's no way the sea survives this thing. Or not. Okay, good. It's not an armor type. I was trying to do Meteor Mash, and then it's like, double team! I'm like, oh frick. That might not be that. That might not be good. Oh, no, I do fight Master Liam this time. So I guess it is just kind of random. I've normally been fighting Lady Celeste. I actually thought that I was gonna fight Lady Celeste, but yeah. I guess I didn't actually need it then. I didn't need that then, apparently. Because the main reason why I got that up was the fact that it's like Lady Liam, the Liam person was not gonna come out, or at least I didn't expect the Liam person to come out. Because yeah, if I go back to the survival area, there's a thing that has occurred, and I'm not sure what to state about it, but yeah. Barry will only fight you once, but leaders are random. Leaders are definitely random. Cause I know for a fact I didn't get this last week. Last week I had like Wake, Candace, Mira I did have, but yeah. So basically, the only person that I had yesterday that I don't have today is Candace, and the only person I have today that I didn't have yesterday was Volkner. I literally have the exact same thing. I don't know how, I don't know why. I just know that's how it is. And so yeah, I still do have several things that I will probably be leveling. Just the main thing that I'm wanting to do during this stream is, since I'm probably not going to be able to go and actually beat the Elite Four. I don't think that I'm going to actually be able to beat the Elite Four. I might put in an opposed tutorial. Essentially like, I might put in an Wisher, just due to the fact that Wisher Wisher I kind of want to actually put in again, just simply because like then Wisher gets credited for being a carry at one point. But who do I really knows? That's right, Veilstone. And nothing else, I can just go back into the mines. Okay. Who do I want to do for it? Yeah, I'm probably gonna go for like whoever is lowest. Like I think it's Moon that's lowest. Oh no, never mind. All of them are lowest. So just ask for. Oh right, yeah, no XP points is there. Okay, if I want to be technical, actually lowest is Moon. Actually, I think what it is Moon. Moon will be fine, but like it also depends on who is. I don't know if this is the battle person. And oh right. Also, since I'm here. Another rule that I have additionally is, since I don't really have time to grind anymore, since I'm going to be really busy starting next next week. And plus, well, regular school started up, and I also have something else to make me even busier next week. Yeah, I have a Gone box now. So what it is I do have a defeated box, which these are Pokemon that essentially died when I still had time to grind up Pokemon. So like, all these Pokemon managed to survive a very long while. Curses survived until about the Distortion World. Only reason why Curses died was my incompetency. Because I didn't realize how far into yellow it was. And so I should have healed Curses, but I didn't. And so that's what led Curses to die. Healer died as a sacrifice to Meganium. And man, Meganium is terrifying. That's absolutely freaking terrifying. Flytrap, I think it just got comboed. I think it essentially got, like, absolutely annihilated, down to 6, and hail and dead. And I'm like, wow, I had basically no way to survive that. Actually, no, I think there was a little bit of HP, which is why it essentially got kind of defeated, but also, it's like, at that point, Blissy's there, so, like, it's essentially I almost feel like it's a rock climb surf or curse, essentially. Because, like, all of the Pokemon that can learn rock climb and surf are that essentially, are, especially if they can learn thief as well, can essentially die. Because, like, hi, sir, I didn't need rock climb at this point, but it had thief. So, yeah, hi. This thing, hi, it could learn rock climb. It could learn surf. It could learn thief. And dead. It made it further than this thing at the Elite Four. To be fair, though, I was also underleveled for that Elite Four. I 100% say that I was underleveled for that Elite Four. Because I was fighting level 60s, and, yeah. Yeah. This is my team for level 60s. I level 58, I level 59, I level 58, I level 58, I level 57, and I level 58. And that beat a team of level 60s. Yes, there's start lead-offs that were like level 58s. But, like, really, I do find it almost impressive that Blissey is the only one in this entire team that actually did go down. Everybody else made it through the fight and actually managed to do well. Okay, yeah, this was the double battle person. I almost thought, I was questioning whether or not that was Roxy, and I don't think if that was the one that would be like, hi, fight the cameraman, and fight the news anchor, and then fight the cameraman. So fight that Weavile, Meteor Mesh, the Haunter, and we're good. You know what's really bad is the fact that Disaster is second fastest in this. Disaster does not have speed, yet Disaster is second fastest. Somehow. Somehow Disaster is second fastest. So how close was to that turtle? Ah, right. Also, the other thing is essentially like I definitely do have overwritten the other clauses. Like, well, uh, like if there's any doubt about whether or not something's occurred, or then yeah, I'm gonna count it as I died essentially, or rather that Pokemon died. Did I actually check the hard on Pokemon Center? I don't think I did. I could be wrong. I could be utterly wrong. Yes, I did. Okay. Or at least there's no need to actually check it. Or, bro, there was a reason to check, but, yeah. Actually, right, no. Where... I should fight the other person. The one with the opinion and the Arceus. Just so that Turtle can get the XP and possibly get up, because... it's like... Ah, here's the Arceus person. Yeah, this is the person that I was almost thinking that I was fighting previously. And also, yes, I do realize that I could level up people like Tortle faster if I got rid of the Pokemon with the XP share. Problem with me getting rid of the person with the XP share. Yeah, I want them to have XP. Because I want them to evolve. I want to see what they go into. Yes, there's a log file. Yes, I can check it to see what it is that they actually have. But the issue with it is like if I don't get the XP share, then it's like well, if I check the log file, then it's kind of like, what was the point of it? Well, what is the point? Well, what's the point of evolving it now? Now that I know what it is, because it takes away that surprise element. That wow, like that's the point that I like most about randomizers, because like, yeah, you never know what you're gonna get. Uh, so it's like, well, it's why I bring up the example that's like, for Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, where they actually have a Mewtwo cave, if it actually makes it to where it's 100% possible that you can get to through the Mewtwo cave, get all the way down, and then you encounter a level 70 Magikarp. Yes, a level 70 Magikarp. You can encounter that. To be fair, you can encounter a level 100 Magikarp in this. I think you have to use the Super Rod in like I think I know it's the resort area, but I think you have to use the Super Rod for it. I could be wrong. I can check into this though. But yeah, this is why I like using Tortle. Oh, here. Because this Arceus literally is just like, yeah, I can't do anything to you. Have fun. Have fun murdering me. Ooh, sword stance. Yeah, do it over agility. Wait, what was I about to look up? I know I was about to look up something. Frick. I forgot about what I was going to look up. What was I about to look up? I find it annoying that I know that there was something distinctly that I was trying to look up, but I don't know what I was trying to look up. Oh, right, I forgot Hypnotomp is dark specifically. Wait, did I encounter one of the Elite Four people that used Hypnotomp? I thought I did. I thought I did. In all honesty, I probably should take out this coffin, because, like, as far as I know, as far as I know, it actually, I never caught an Eternia City Pokemon. In fact, I actually think I just completely forgot to do anything there. Like, I think I forgot to surf, I think I forgot to fish, I think I gotta do, like, insert thing here. With this thing. So, oh my lord. And also, grass was apparently very accurate. Oh my god, actually, this thing is good, but also very, very terrible at the exact same freaking time. Well, all at the same time. Because it has poison powder, which is very good. It has fire spin, which is decent. It has harden, which frankly isn't that bad. Iron defense is better, but harden isn't too bad. Especially when it has grass whistle, to where you can just, well, grass whistle, which is very accurate, so you can just use that, use up a bunch of hardens, get your defense up a lot, and just stall. And particularly use, like, poison powder. So it definitely is a very capable staller, unless you're talking physically, then no. So actually, that if it goes into Slowpoke is actually very, very good. Like, yes, Slowpoke, I do have, but while I do have a Dupes claws, I do, due to this being a randomizer, I do have the capability, well, I do have the option for keeping it. Hence why I have Chopper the Chatot and Turtle the Chatot. Because, yes, they are both Chatots, but they have two different movesets. So, like, Chopper, for example, has Soft Boiled in its moveset, which I would actually very much prefer over Milk Drink in its moveset. But it also has Decent Punch and Poison Tail and Smokescreen. So that's kind of why I go and let it be to where, like, if something goes into something I have, then, well, something else I have, then I'm capable to recatch something. This one I probably won't recapture, because it's like, if something does go into Lugia for the 206, I doubt that on 206 I'll be able to encounter something. Well, I doubt that I'll be able to encounter some other legendary. Because, like, ironically, I got all of the 206 people. Because this was the original 206, which then I found in the resort area. And I did catch it. But this became the 206 Pokemon because I actually did not know about it. Like, I literally did not even know about it, and then it's like, hi, it's here. Have fun. Okay. So, what? I'm I still find it funny that I'm still totally blanking on what did I intend to check out the log file for. Maybe if I go through it, I'll see what I was planning on going into it for. Uh, oh, right, backups. Uh, oh right, I think I wanted to go out and get the final fossil. Uh, okay, that's fine. If need be, I will go and find it. Oh, that's the place. Okay. Freak is there! Wait. Wait a minute. I feel like I found that. I feel like I've gone there before. The heck is that place? Oh! Wait. Oh, okay. So what I'm probably thinking of is as either the lower area, or the upper area. I think it's the lower area because that's where I remember fighting Giratina, and that's one of the ones that's listed in their Victory Road. Really, it can be found in there with the radar. I try to avoid the swarms. Uh, really, too. Where is that at? No. Okay, so it's right over there. Anything? Okay, so there are a different place without radar is Victory Road, like I said, and if you find Giratina, as well as like Natu, and Rhyperior, or you found that one. There's a Mount Coronet one. Not sure where that would be exactly, but eh. It can also be found in the place where you find Ho-Ho, Charmander, etc. There's a crypt out there too. But also one of the ones that's most interesting is Lego Ironworks, where I actually found that Machop. That's actually a very valid possibility. Oh yeah, speaking of, I might want to go up to Mount Coronet. Because there is a location that I actually never got to. Mainly because I didn't have waterfall at that point. But it might be interesting to go back there. Yeah. Hmm. So, yep, now just time to kill this Wheezy. Um, at least I do know. The only thing that would actually stop me from getting the item is either A, just something like the oval stone glitch, where it doesn't register that you don't have an item. Either that or the item is unstealable. And so you can't actually get it. Uh, oh yes, Venomoth. This annoying little son of a gun. Be confused. Yes! Got it! Got the confusion off. But yeah, you will see later on in this. Regigigas, oh my god, that's actually so terrifying. Because part of why I'm actually doing these other fights is I'm trying to avoid going all over and fighting that Regigigas. I don't want to fight that Regigigas. Fusion just is not working today, is it? It really just does not want to do. It really just does not want to hit. Like, the opponent's Pokemon just really don't want to hit themselves. Even confused. But I at least do know that Turtle is a very valid capability to go against a Venomoth, at least. Sure. So long as it doesn't miss. I will probably need a lot of Leopard Berries though for it. So that's why, like, you might see me at some point go to Victory Road. Not so much to grind, but, well, yes to grind, but also not to grind, if that makes sense. But if you're, just in case somebody is confused about it, the thing that I am actually meaning by that is, yes, I'm going there to grind, but not the typical, like, hi, I'm grinding XP. I'm just grinding up a bunch of blood berries. That's what I meant by, like, I'm going there to grind, but also I'm not going there to grind. Because, like, what I typically associate with grinding is somebody's trying to go for more XP. Not like, oh, hey, yeah, you're just going for more item, you're item grinding, essentially. So. There's that. I forgot what the Dome Fossil is. At this point, I actually forgot what the Dome Fossil is. I know that it's a new Pokemon, but I just forget what it is. It's the last fossil that I actually have not done. Um, that's basically all that I know about it. Just that's the last fossil I've not done. Yeah, sure, let's go there. How close is... Oh, okay, yeah, that thing's close. By the time I get up Mount Coronet, it should be ready. Because I did remember that I was needing to go over here. Is there a Mount Coronet thing? I just want to know. Okay. And a breakable block. What? Yeah. Down here, I'm not gonna fight stuff unless I actually have to. Where's the thing that I was referring to? There. I actually did just go all the way around for literally no reason. And there's a Pidgeotto. Okay, so it's ground type. Because, yeah, basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get a little bit more XP to Turtle without actually... well, I'm trying to give a little bit more XP to Turtle and also to Sheet without actually necessarily destroying a lot of what's here. Okay, so Altaria should be easy enough to kill. So I missed with her turn. Okay, time to kill with Surf. Hey, we're supposed to be fighting with clean water here. Don't you dare be using that unclean water against me. That's not gonna be that powerful. Yeah, I knew that wasn't gonna be that powerful. Hello, just as Arger. How are you? Uh, uh, you about to level up yet? What's out here? Uh, actually, this is a randomizer, so none of these Pokemon are actually dragons. I have a normal flying Shuppet. I have a Steel Scizor with Levitate. I have a Dunsparce. And like, the only thing that's technically normal typing is Tortle. uh, who at one point was a Squirtle, but in a general sense, I do typically go for a little bit more on Dragon, but I'm actually more preferring like Fire. Uh, uh, I personally like more on Fire, but Dragon, and if I couldn't do like Fire, or would actually be the one that I would probably go for. Uh, and more just like I am dumbfounded about the fact that I actually forgot about that type of joke. Uh, plus I kind of figured that that type of joke would never come up. So, guess there is a first time for everything. Uh, the other reason is also there's not always everything to do it. Did you not hear the fact that I said this is a randomizer? Or the fact that I said that thing was Squirtle, Grovyle, Ghastly, Chatot. uh, also, Rock Climb is Ghost, and Thief Ave is Bug. uh, like I said, this is a randomizer. Basically, anything can happen, including a 100 accuracy, 1 turn, and 120 power move. Or a 100% accuracy, ghost type, 95 power move. Oh. Yeah, this is what I like most about like randomizers. Is wait, is this the one? This might actually be where it was referring to with the other one. That one I think it's a fire type. I could be wrong. Oh, so it had a sharp beak. Okay, better take that sharp beak off. Ironically, I don't think that thing actually has a flying type move. Yet it has a sharp beak. It has a sharp beak, but it has no flying moves to use with that sharp beak. uh. Uh. Was there actually anything over here? Or is it just like hide this thing? Yeah, I think it was just that thing. That's it. Okay. More Pidgeotto. Should I be close to evolving yet? Getting there. At least I'm pretty sure it's getting there. I think that's still in this generation evolves at level 37. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong that it doesn't evolve at level 37 at this point. It might be a later thing. That I think of. Okay, there's nothing there. What was that? Frick. I forgot what Leonard's type is! Okay, so it's not very effective to Bug, or rather Bug is not very effective against it. Okay, Surf? Yeah, this is the only thing I kind of dislike about it. Just the fact that I get to a Pokemon, and then I'm immediately like, wait, what was its type again? But that's what makes this fun. Wait, wrong way. Yep, figures just a regular berry. Just right in the middle of the pathway. No need to worry about it. Oh, okay, I know where that is. Okay. So, I was going to try to avoid it, but apparently no. I'm told, do it. Do it for the item. I read it. That was not worth it. That was not worth that extra effort. Wait, what's over here? Wait, there's really no item there? Oh, hey, Tyro! I bet Rival had 3 of them. I had 2 of them last time I checked. I'm not even kidding. Literally, one was level 60. One was level 59. The other was level 50. No, the other was level 69. No, I'm wrong again. It was 59 and 61. That's what it was. Actually, I'm not. I don't think I've faced a. No, I have. I've fought level 69 before. It was in the Elite Four. I think it was the ace of the first guy with the Nidoqueen. And too bad this Piplup wasn't shiny. Piplup / Empoleon is actually one of my more favorite Pokemon. But wow, an X special, just wow. Are you taunting me? Are you? I should not have looked. Yes, it was taunting me. That shoving is so taunting me. It's like, I'm close. I'm close. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about how close I am. Wait, what? Okay, so I have to smash this rock for this one. Okay, Sableye. Like I said, due to the rule set with this, I've already caught the Mount Coronet Pokemon. So the only way I can catch one of these Pokemon is if it's shiny. Great. Actually, what thing would it be that I have? So yeah, one of the The only places that I can actually use for a shiny are 201, Lake Variety. Why do I still have Eternia City? I have the Ghastly there. Route 203, Route 222. I say Route 12. I say 212. Route 217, and the Trophy Guard. Those are the only places I have left for a shiny. So, what is Sheik going into? What? Didn't I have a Spoink? I feel like I had a Spoink. Wait, is it there? Wait, so down 3. Wait. What level does Spoink of all that? I'm curious. Oh, level 32. So yeah, I could just level it up now. I feel like I've gotten a Spoink before. Yes, Spooky Plate. Because that's totally going to be found on a rock. Where else would you find this? Expect to find a Spooky Plate other than a rock? Hello, Trico. How are you? I think I'm needing now tool for waterfall. Yeah, I'm needing tool. This is the main reason why I couldn't get into here earlier. But there is specifically an item there. Is this where I can find your ruby? I don't think it was. I don't think it was surf. Could be wrong. I could be wrong if that was surf. I don't think it was surf. So, yeah. Nice job, yeah. Nice job. Totally useful after you've already beaten all 8 gym leaders. Why not just give a Pokeball? That would be worth it, right? That's totally worth it. Okay, Dive Ball I can give you. Dive Ball I can give the game. Because, like, the Dive Ball, it's best for, like, hi, let me fish. Dust Ball, it really only works in places like this. Or, well, it would be better if I was streaming like I do next week, where I'm streaming at night. Or rather an hour after I started streaming, where then the game counts as night. So after that point, it's like, if I find a shiny, then it's good, because I can use that, but otherwise it's just going to be better to use the Ultra Ball or something like that. But specifically, the reason for that is Regice, or Regice. Now, I don't have to worry about it, well, right now. Well, actually, I don't even have to worry about it entirely. Because the only way that I can actually do anything with Regice is look at it through the log file. That's the only thing I kind of hate about stuff like this. The fact that in order to know what they actually became, you have to actually spawn in the item specific to them. Um, hey, Skyplay. Just what I wanted. There's nothing else up here, right? Okay, so no, but there is another item on the other side of the cave after I've broken that rock. Okay. If I recall correctly, there is also something that I can get at the top of the pillar. So it might be it might be good to go all the way up just for that. Uh, if I do manage to beat the Elite Four this time, I will probably go through the log file and see what legendaries I actually haven't gotten yet. And which legendaries I can't really get, essentially. One legendary that I'll probably do that for is Manaphy, because it does need a Pokemon. Well, it does need a specific thing. Plus, the other thing about it is, with, oh, right, I had to break this rock. But, the other thing with Manaphy is, you have to have a specific game, and while having a specific game, apparently it is also only one per cartridge. Not once per save file, once per cartridge. So, if you've already gotten it off of that cartridge, you're screwed. You can't do it again. And so it worked only with Platinum, and you have to have two entirely different games. That's what made it so hard. Frick, what was Kingler? What? What was the lychee berry for? I've forgotten this. Oh, boosting the tech stack. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Hi. So, what do I find now? Farfetch'd. Okay, then. Like I said, if only these things were shiny. Because if these things were shiny, then I catch them. Since they're not shiny, I can't. Wait a minute. Oh, right. I think that since this is platinum, I do get the option of both up here. Well, nothing else. I think I can kill them. I think that I can kill them and nothing else. but it's kind of like, why kill something? Well, actually, I guess that would matter on whether or not it says Spear Pillar or if it says Mount Coronet. If it says Mount Coronet, then it doesn't count. If it says Spear Pillar, then it will probably count. Also, then it should count as a new encounter. Similar to how, like, the technicality of Giratina started counting. Because Giratina counted precisely due to the fact that it said Distortion World. So, if up at the top it does say Spear Pillar, it is, I am technically classified to where I can state, wow, nice growth much. But, if I do go and, like, if it does say Spear Pillar, then it is a new route, technically, to where I can, technically, catch whichever one's first. Or if I feel like one's going to be a legendary, and, well, the first one I encounter is not a legendary, then I can switch the encounter. But that's going to rely on the other one being either A, a legendary, or B, a normal Pokemon. Wait, what? What's with this thing? What's with this place? I don't like the idea of this place for whatever reason. Why do I feel so bad about this? I mean, there is IM over here. Oh, right. That reminds me, I need to get the growth mark shots off of Turtle as well. I don't think I've ever encountered this place. Or at least I never noticed this place existing. So there is a cave down there. So that will be something. Oh, okay. I'm not as terrified then. Level 37s, still. Since this is an area that I didn't encounter before, I almost thought that it's like, hi, here's some level, like, 50s. Which obviously, obviously I don't want to go back and essentially lose out on my Rock Climb and Thief Pokemon. Well, my Rock Climb and Surf Pokemon. Because by technicality, I am not supposed to use them. So that would make it to where I have to go and get somebody else to use Surf and also, yeah, I 100% feared that. I feared that there was IM right there. Oh! Oh! Hi! So, now I can train up 2 Pokemon. But that's kind of like one of those things where it's like, do I want to? Like, yes, in theory, it is good to be able to train up 3 Pokemon at the same time. But it's also like, do I want to train up 3 Pokemon at the same time? Because it does make it to where I could, instead of Sheet, well, instead of, like, Tool being here, I could put up, like, here's something. Okay, Figures it's a character in here. Figures there's a character in here. Like, I swear. Everywhere where this thing would be annoying. It's like, yeah, hi, it's here. Uh, uh, oh my god. And great, now I'm slower. I'll just use that. See if that works. Turtle, wake up! Fishy, wake up! You missed. Oh, turtle. Wow. Oh yeah. One thing as well for anybody that has not been here since the beginning, and or at least since the beginning of this, I did set it as well. So that since these things can't be traded to anybody else, so where I can evolve them, I did make sure that things can essentially evolve by like some other method, such as like I well one such thing is Scyther can evolve by level up with a Metacoat. Uh, Sneasel is a Razor Claw instead. So level up with the Razor Claw, I think. Similar to Gliscor with level up with the Razor Fang. Um, Luckily, I don't have to worry about like specific times for any of this, but great, paralyze you. Not full potion, just paralyze you. That's it. How deep does this thing go? Oh no, I'm not wanting to face you. Actually, rock climb, why not? Okay, so yeah, it just seems to be tank specially. It's not very, it doesn't have a lot of physical defense, but it has a lot of special defense. So the opposite of Gengar, where it's like, Gengar had a massive a massive physical defense pool, but not a lot on anything else. Okay, Shika Berry. Now just walk back. Okay, now I need to use one of the leopard berries. Luckily, I can just get the leopard berries back from like a Skarmory or something. They're easy enough to, well, they're decent enough to find. And I could find them on something else, but Skarmory is just seems to be the place to find them. Luckily I can go to Lake Variety for that, but I'm gonna be really mad if I don't get a shiny level 4. Cause then I can use it, yes, but I have to go and get it up from level 4 if I want to use it. So what does Spoink go into? What is Sheet now? I thought I had a Spoink! I thought I had a Spoink before. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I do Iceman is exactly at the same level. What is it? Wait, what? Oh, wait, no, yeah, this one's one level. Oh, oh, future. Not much different. Okay. And take the XP share off. Actually, yeah, give the XP share now to. Oh, I cannot give the XP share to Tool. Oh. And yes, I've already used the root and skull fossil. So don't be talking about like, yeah, hi, I could resurrect these two under the plus clause and use them. Same thing with that, but there's no benefit to doing it because by doing it, then essentially I'm using up a slot on something that actually did not even get it. Adamant orb. Okay, yeah, no, I do have the lustrous orb and the adamant orb. Oh, so I just literally took an entire loop. So that cave for whatever it is the only place for it. Oh right, I still need to do this for Heatran. Because Heatran still is in Stark Mountain. I have no idea what Heatran is. I can't catch Heatran, but Heatran is there. Oh, hi, Seed Flare. That's not good. Please die. And yes, Seed Flare is actually a very terrifying move. It may not be that accurate at 60, but it's a very, very high power move. So if it hits, will hit like a truck. I'm not surprised by that. I'm not surprised by the item being there. Okay, Pokédoll. I think that makes it to where I can flee from like a battle if I just don't feel like I want to fight it and want to be sure. I'm not fighting that thing. That thing is... There's basically no need to fight that thing. Oh, hi. Trickle! Yay! No, I can't really use... Actually, no, I do use Fire Move. What's here? Shadow Ball. Okay. Not bad. And right next to Shadow Ball is Paya Berry. I actually kind of thought that there would be something there. Huh? What? Level 14. What? What? Oh. Oh, cool. Race paint. Wait. Do I even have a Gliscor? No, do I even have a Gligar, actually, is the question. Oh, I remember this now. I remember this. So this, if it's where I'm thinking it is, it's where I first ran into here. I got the Pokemon. This is where I got my Mount Coronet Pokemon. Is there one? Yeah, this is Huntston where I got it. Oh, I didn't realize that there was an item up there though. So it's more just like I never noticed that Fortress was here, or Fortress is here. How? Okay. The only benefit was that Berry and also Shadow Ball. Other than that, there's no reason to actually be here. Yeah. But it will be interesting. Like I might want to check that out, just see if it's a viable way to avoid a lot of. Well, see if that's a viable way to pass by a lot of everything. Hey, Azrael! Don't need to fight it unless I find it now that I actually got it, but yeah, I'm only missing 4 Pokemon from the actual Pokedex. So. Oh my. And nothing else, I will probably go and at least see the Pokemon. Um, hopefully I can find a Master Ball, like very quickly before I head up. But okay, yeah, no, this is not a valuable strategy because like with where it's situated, uh, yeah, there's no way to get up there. Which, to be fair, it's like it's fair enough, really, on that. Hypeeni's here. Oh. How little XP is this thing that normally gives a lot of XP? Not bad, actually. For level 16, that's actually not that bad XP. To be fair, this is one of those things where it's like, I understand it, but I also don't understand it. Because, like, I understand the idea of not wanting to have it be that far in, but also it's like, you still have to use rock climb. Like, why not just let players go through that way? Because, like, the only thing that it actually would do, otherwise, sorry, before, like, actually you getting rock climb, is, like, just gives you access to level 39s, which, to be fair, strength would have done it anyway. So it's like, they literally block you off from higher level things by doing the exact same things that would have let you be getting to that place anyway. It's like, what? And I went the wrong way. I was needing to go the other way. But I still do find it kind of interesting about it. Oh, okay. I think I get it. I think I get it. Is there something over on this rock? Not that I haven't gotten already. Oh, so it actually was in that grass area. Oh, yeah, right. That thing was not going to be capable to be gotten from up here anyway. Is that where I'm supposed to go? Yeah, that's where I'm supposed to go. So I could go there, but it's like, why? Why go? So, about that master ball I mentioned. One, that would have been very useful for Casalia. Two, I didn't actually expect to get a master ball. But we take this. Oh, wow. At least now I can check if it's actually valid. Well, if the Pokemon that are at quote-unquote Spear Pillar are actually valid counters. Wait, what does this thing have on it? Maybe I still want those from a counter. Oh, right. Probably the very first character and I just forgot about it. I would laugh if there's another Master Ball somewhere in Mount Coronet. Because it's just like one of those random things where it's like, yeah, we love it. We love encountering those, or getting those. I mean, heck, right now, I would love to encounter a, I would love to encounter a, Happiny / a Chansey. Because those are very good XP. That's very good XP. But it is what it is. Now I can't go and if they are the level 70 that's just about up here, I actually can't use them for XP. The reason for it is, well, yes, I can use like the Rotom for daily XP. The reason why I can't use these for daily XP is the fact that, yeah, it's not there. As for anybody that's wanting to know what Rotom is, that's Rotom. Yes, Rotom is a Pineco. Much like how it's the Drift Balloon. At least that's what the game goes and gives for those sprites. What's with this game and loving to give me skull fossils? Like, I swear, that's like what? My fourth actual skull fossil. Like, no joke, I literally have gotten like 4 skull fossils. Okay, if this is a skull fossil, okay, at least it was a dragon scale, not a skull fossil. I do still need to go and get a I still do need to go and get a metal coat. More for Scyther. Because I do have a Scyther, which will need to evolve using a metal coat. So if I can find a metal coat, that will be great. About that ho-ho I mentioned being here. Hi. I found it. I found the ho-ho. And of course it has repel. How long is it taking? How is Tula not? Wow. I am trying to get Tool up just so that if it does go and come down to it, I am not totally screwed over by it. Wait, I passed it up, Barry. One for surf, and then one for milk drink. That would be good. That looks promising. That looks very promising for it. I think this actually does count as a new route. It's just which portal comes up first. That is what Pokemon is my technical first encounter. My actual first encounter technically is Giratina, but I can't catch it here. So, well, I don't actually battle it here. So, it's technically the first encounter, but also not the first encounter. So, whatever Dialga is, that's essentially the Pokemon I get. Really? What the heck is back there? Or what is the point of going back there if there's no actual thing there? So I will want to save it just in case I am incorrect. I will master ball this. Do note that. I'll master ball it so I can teleport out and make sure. Because I don't want to be punished for something that's like. Yeah, sure. Let's go and fight. What's technically Dialga. Level 70 Typhlosion. So, like I said, Master Ball and confirm that Spear Pillar. That's why I didn't mind having out Tortle. I would actually have had out, actually, yeah, not supposed to know about it yet. Oh, right. I'm pretty sure. What? Why can't I use it here? Why can't I use it here? I'm literally at the top of the mountain. What? The heck? What the actual heck? Now, I guess I want to know what Palkia is. I'm just curious about Palkia. What is Palkia? Oh. Okay. Right. So technically it technically was which one? So I have no idea which one is actually better. I have no idea whether it's actually like Dialga is better, or say like the Typhlosion is better, or if it's the Rayquaza that's better. But I can catch. I technically could use both. Oh, just like I said, I'm wanting to confirm that it does count as Spear Pillar. That's why I went and saved it. Okay, yeah, it counts as Spear Pillar. Okay. Now let's actually try to catch this thing. Okay, so do I want a Typhlosion? Or would I want a Typhlosion? That's the question. I feel like the Alpha Moon would be a better idea. So now knowing that the other option is a legendary, it's do I want this? Or do I want the legendary? This might be an easier capture, but actually, is it easier capture? What's the catch rate on both? So yeah, there's that, and then it is. So yeah, it's. Do I want the easier capture, or do I want the most likely better but more risky capture? Because I could go for the level 70. Well, Actually, both are level 70. But what am I talking about? But now that I am here, there is a chance that other one does become shiny. There is a chance that is shiny. And if it is shiny, then it can count for one of the other routes. But what that would mean after that is then this thing would have been my actual encounter. And since I then failed Spear Pillar, that shiny is what's now my Spear Pillar Pokemon. Whichever one I pick out of these two is my final Pokemon for the game. That's actually now what I've set up. I've set up that one of these Pokemon is my final Pokemon. It's just which one do I feel like I want to go for more. The Legendary, or do I want to go for Typhlosion? Because now I know that there's no risk. There is no risk. If I fail this, then I could... Well, if I didn't try for this, then I could go for the Legendary. But if I'm going and counting that I am going for the Legendary, I do have to kill this. And then if I fail the Legendary, which, granted, if I'm on my final Pokemon, I'm using a Master Ball on that thing. I don't care. The only way that thing would actually have it is if I go and do it. If I'm really worried, I'd be Master Ball the Legendary. Well, I'm doing the Legendary anyway because I failed that encounter now. Typhlosion is just like, oh, you didn't want me? Okay, bye. Screw you. I'm kind of glad that I stated to go for the Legendary. How much do I want to risk that this has self-destruct? If I state that this thing has self-destruct, then I should use the Master Ball. That way it doesn't get it. If I feel like it has Roar, such as the Typhlosion, then I should just go for this anyway. Well, then I should try to weaken it. Actually, no. If I feel like it has Roar like the Typhlosion, then I should Master Ball it as well. There's no way both of them do, right? There's no way. Okay, Extreme Speed. Not bad. Oh, wait. No, Lunar Dance. Oh, frick. Okay, having a moose in this actually have the effect of killing yourself? So, I'll know them when I see them. So, obviously self-destruct is one. Submission, technically, is something that could kill yourself with. I haven't seen it do it, but you never know. Takedown is another one. Oh, right, it also could have teleport. I forgot about that. I don't know why I keep forgetting about teleport, but I do know that the Raikou that I tried catching at one point had that. Substitute also stops you from catching it. So that's 5 moves. Whirlwind is 6. That could end the battle as well. There's also Roar at 7. And Woodhammer is an 8th move that can kill yourself or do it. I think Head Smash damages you as well, so that's 9. No, not how. It was Roar, like I said. It was a physical move to... Oh, right. Lunar Dance, that's 10. But yeah, if it's a physical move like Extreme Speed... Oh, Memento for 11. But if it's a physical move like Extreme Speed to essentially a like to disaster, then yeah, that will kill you, or that can kill you. Oh, Parasong is another one that can kill you. So that's 12. Of I've already stated Roar. This is my encounter, though. I do have to use this. Because Dialga was auto-filled. Like, I didn't even get a chance to state, yeah, I'm going for this. It's just like, yeah, no, you're not going for me. Screw you. Destiny 1 technically could kill you, but it's more like if I use it, and then I have to die for it. So that's highly unlikely. Double Edge is also the 13th move that can kill you. Well, directly kill you. Oh, because I'm not counting Rust Skin. Otherwise, yeah, it's basically everything. Because yeah, like I said, it can kill itself. If I have out yeah, like if I have out essentially disaster, then yeah, this thing will kill me. Well, if I have disaster, then this thing will actually fight me. Why did I not use a quick ball? I keep forgetting about the quick balls. How much of a risk do I want? Because I can go for sure. I don't trust this. I'm just gonna do it. Since this is my actual Pokemon, I'm doing it. Because the other one was just kind of like, I wanted to confirm, and then also see whether or not there was a really, it's a normal type. Sure, let's just go with this. I do know some people that do go by Ray. I wonder. If I leave and come back, does that actually now give me a diagonal again? Like, does it actually switch? No, but I have to beat the Elite Four. I had to beat the Elite Four again. And so I could use now Rayquaza. Or rather Ray. The reason why I could use Ray is that it is a valid Pokemon, and that does make it to where I'm more capable to go and take down the Elite Four as is. It's not something that would probably be beneficial, or at least that good of an idea, but it is something that is possible. It is possible that I could then use things like this. And when I get down to the Pokemon Center, then I'll actually know whether or not I made a good decision. Obviously, if it doesn't have a healing move or a self-kill move, or even a recoil move, then, like, if it doesn't have any of those things, then it was a decently bad decision to do so. However, if it does, then it was a decently good decision to do so. Because the more that I went into that fight, the more likely it was to use it. So, this is something I can use as an emergency case. So, obviously it doesn't have very good special. It's as stated was a normal type. It was meant at Spear Pillar, so it is my invalid Pokemon for there. Oh! Okay. So nothing's outspeed this thing. There's nothing that you can get that will probably outspeed this thing. Jesus! 364! 364 speed. Oh my, that is just sturdy. With, as well, 198 attack and 219 special attack. Like, this thing, it will outspeed and it will wreck stuff. Okay. So, there wasn't really any issue about it. Yes, Psycho Boost is good, don't get me wrong, but it's not exactly something that I would really prefer. Toxic Spikes does make it to where it is very beneficial. Like, it actually combos well with Moon. So, like, Moon can essentially set out the regular spikes, getting it to where, like, there's massive damage which being done. Then, Ray, provided that Ray can survive that long, can use Toxic Spikes and set it up so that whenever something comes in, not only does it take damage, it's also badly poisoned. And so it makes it to where they're more likely to use the full restores faster. However, if they are a steel type person, then so long as they don't go and use well, actually, if they're a steel type person, then Dark Spikes won't matter. Spikes will, but the regular Spikes will, but not the Toxic Spikes. which will be the issue. Oh. So it gets no actual special moves, but if it does crit, oh dear lord, it will hit like a truck. Do I have a heart scale though? Do I have a heart scale to where I can check out what moves that thing has? I might. No, I don't. I'm pretty sure that I would have already encountered it if I actually had it. I should have that to Giratina though, because I very much do like its distortion world version, not its regular. Okay. Like I said, the Razor Fang is much more for our Gliscor, or rather Gligar to Gliscor, but I don't have a Gligar to Gliscor. I will at some point though actually take a look at like about what does Mime Jr. and Mime Jr. Apom, and then also like Lickitung, like what do they all go into? Oh, because the reason for it is at that point then it's like everything is there, so. So essentially, this one has better speed and it's better special defense, and they have the same attack, at least currently. This one will probably have better attack just due to the fact that it's one level under the other Azumarill, which was... yeah, essentially it was Togetic. So this was Shuppet into Spoink into Azumarill. This one was Togetic into, I think, Duskull into Spoink into wait, did Duskull go into Spoink? I don't think it did. I don't mind looking at... nah, I shouldn't look it up. Because, like, I know that around the stuff it will go and have other Pokemon, so... oh, it might actually just... it might spoil stuff for me, so... probably not. I forgot to get the other Pokemon. Sure, let's get Star in here. Why not? Why not get the Star Arabia? The Star Arabia sounds nice. Do I have something for Star Arabia though? Let me go down here as I try checking. Um. Oh, right. I don't think I do. I could be wrong. No, I have to search for it, so please wait a little bit. Okay, there might be a white background on this. Let me just. Actually, yeah, I should delete that. That way I don't get confused later on. Okay, cool. Oh, and better yet, it's there. Well, better yet, it's actually same. Similar size. And close enough. It's not the actual size I use as for the current team and stuff, but actually, is Jetta even? Is Jetta even the same size? No. Jetta isn't the same size. What? What? Wait, what? Why is Jetta not the same size? I thought I got everything to where it was a default image. Or rather, a square image. Oh. Oh. Chattots is actually not square. Okay. I think that Chattots I just used for the sake of it is there. Oh, Cresselia is also not there, but Cresselia is at least closer than Chattots, where it's like 20 difference on them. Cresselia is only a difference of like 4. So it's not bad. To be fair, I have no idea when I got. I am actually very curious about when did I get a Lapras? Because, like, I don't remember ever having a Lapras on this file. And yet, all these would have been from. Like, all these would have been from this, specifically. Yet, apparently, not all of them were. So, I don't quite understand it. But, it is what it is. To be fair, I will probably try finding one to fix. Like, I'll probably try finding one to go and fix the Chatot to where it's actually the same size. But for right now, it's gonna be fine. Anyway, I got a person to fight. Yes, let's battle. Let's battle because I'm getting close to needing to fight the other thing anyway. Now, whatever I use on the team to actually fight the Elite Four, those are people that I can't train up for the rest of the day. Because I do have it to where I don't have to really worry about grinding up somebody new specifically, but whoever dies, I do have to have them. I do have to have them sit down for the rest of the day. So I can't have them. I can't have them level. I can't have them train. I can't have them do anything. And so if I want for example, to be able to level up Turtle, I have to have Turtle survive until the end of the stream. And also survive the rest of the fights of the day. Because also additional rule on top of that is, if I fill up that box, I'm actually done for the day. Like, I actually just don't even do anything else. So essentially for when I get down to okay, yeah, this is good enough. Well, good enough illustration. But yeah, say that the Gone box is like this. What this means is I've actually had so many Pokemon die that this one slot is all that I'm allowed. Like, I cannot have, well, yes, like, I'm not allowed to have more than one Pokemon on a team at that point. Alright? So, whatever Pokemon I have, it has to be able to survive by itself. Such as, like, Turtle, such as Disaster. I doubt that Disaster will get to that point, because I would think that Disaster probably would die by the point that I would get to where there's just one Pokemon left. But still. With one Pokemon left, then it's like, yeah, you get one chance. After that one chance, nope. Well, after that one Pokemon faints, nope, you're gone. Or at least I'm done for the day. So that's something I'm doing to at least kind of balance it, because like I ultimately could grind up like thousands of XP. So I could grind up to level 79 and like right now, but well, I could, if I didn't do things like this, then technically it just goes back to battle regular game where it's like well, I have a limitation about who I can use, but ultimately I can just grind up using the Elite Four like you would in a regular game. Okay, yeah. Because like for example, one of the things I could do on a regular team, or rather with a team here, well, provided that rule was not in place, then I could just come in here, go to the box, pick up all of these Pokemon, and just repeatedly fight the Elite Four, and just do it until they're actually capable to beat the Elite Four. And it's not like, at least with the original game, it's not like being the Elite Four with level 1s is actually that hard either. Because, like, all you do is Rattata, Focus Sash, and then the Quick Attack. Well, it doesn't really work with this one. Because I think that you do have to have a... Well, you do have to have a sacrifice. But it's essentially it's just like... Each age Pokemon that you have is a sacrifice. So you'd use Endeavor first turn because you're slow and you have a level 1. Then you use Quick Attack with a Rattata. That's how it works normally. Okay. I know you guys are wanting to see this. Let's go. Let's fight the hardest person first. Why not? Yes, ironically, she is the hardest person. I forgot about that. Do I have anybody with the ground type move? Okay, do note that if I actually can't hit this thing, and it does not, this team does not count as being dead. That is one rule. That's about the only way that I can actually save my Pokemon. If one of the other rules would actually have done it, or specifically like Wonder Guard, because like I don't feel like I should be punished for not having a capability to take down a Wonder Guard thing. Okay, so now Disaster is valid. Disaster would be valid to be defeated. Great. Oh. Okay, cool. Go ahead. Lower that. Lower that. Lower that all you want. That's why. And like I said, I am leveling up Turtle. Turtle is not quite capable to level these things. Let's say to fight these things at this point. Maybe the Ghastly. It could probably fight the Ghastly. Yeah, I'm not surprised about that damage. The moment that it didn't go on state, its HP is already at full. It's the moment that I'm like, yeah, that's the damage present. Because oh dear. So is that actually something I should send out from Turtle? I'm not quite sure. Okay, so it's going down. It's going down a little bit. And that's damage one. Oh! I did that because I feared that they were healing. I would have actually sent out this thing anyway to get XP, but... Yeah, no, Moon, you get out. Deal with that thing, please. I fought this thing before. I know that Moon is the only one that's really going to be capable to decently damage this thing. Because, yeah, speed boost. This thing is absolutely terrifying. So I might as well get up Spikes since I have Moon out. Now that's going to be put into yellow, might as well go and use Slack Off. if I can get through this thing without losing a Pokemon, then I'm good. I'm probably good for the rest of the day. Well, I'm good until the Elite Four. The Elite Four will kill me. I already know the Elite Four will kill me. There's no way that the Elite Four doesn't kill me. Because after all, I know that the champion at least has one level 77. And I will fight level 70s in the Elite Four. And I'm still about this level. There's no way that I will actually beat the Elite Four this stream. I might beat the Elite Four at some point, but not this stream. And I will go and look up at some point, like, where the hidden items are. See about, or at least look up. Yeah, I'll probably go and see about on next stream, doing the hidden item run and see about, like, can I find where, like, a metal coat is to where I can actually evolve Scyther. Because Scyther was one of the ones that I actually did get through a whole lot earlier, but I just never did. Like it's one of the Pokemon that I was using very early on, but I stopped using it about the level 37 thing just due to the fact that I thought it was level 37 that was when it evolved. No, it's the level up via Medico. And I wanted to see a little bit more about what it would actually be. Frankly, I'm actually kind of surprised that they didn't go and use the full restore here. She might have only one. That might be what... That one full restore might be why she has a little bit higher Pokemon. It is kind of to just balance out the idea that that she actually has less healing capabilities. Oh, great. I forget how bad that is. Yeah, I still use Disaster though, just due to the fact that with Disaster, this thing is, oh. Well, bye Disaster. Sealy? Okay, yeah, go ahead. Lower my physical defense. I'm sorry, lower my physical attack. I don't use it. That wasn't that much. Let's emerge, baby. I actually figured that she was going to heal it. It might be that she's waiting for a race. So, I can't use Disaster now for the rest of the stream. Sure, Sealy. Let's go, Sealy. But yeah, that's what the danger is about fighting people. With my main team, at least. Like, yes, my main team then gets XP by fighting people that are up at level 66 and stuff like that. The issue with finding people that are up at around level 56 is, at that point, then they're more likely to kill me and make it to where my Pokemon no longer can continue for the rest of the day. So now Disaster is down. I can't use it. So sure, Pinscher. And might as well switch around the thing. I think it's 2. Yes, it's 2. Oh, where's the Glysker thing? To be fair, any of my main team that I actually would have thought to use there would have actually been that way. Like, all the Pokemon would have been the exact same, would have been that tiny. How close is Staravia to evolving? Nowhere close. Okay then. Turtle I might actually leave off though. I will probably leave off Turtle from the actual Elite Four team. Sure, let's go with this thing. Let's go with him. So I did show off all these teams. Like I said, Volknor is the only one that I think I showed it off his team, or at least stated what his team was. But I still do find it kind of interesting that it's like these teams are, well, the people that show up here each day are actually random. So it's just a random 1 to 2. Oh, sorry. Frick. Spore. Spore maybe. Which is something I probably won't use. I don't think I'll use Pyro Gym a lot. So if Grudge still is active, then oh well. No wonder why I used it every single turn then. Because literally it was trying to use it every single turn so that I would attack it and lose all my power points. I am fine with Turtle fighting an unknown though. Am I though? Am I fine with it now? Please confuse it. Okay, like, actually though, confuse it. Please hit yourself. Please hit yourself. Yes! It decided to commit suicide because I said to commit suicide. Oh, right. I forgot about that. I think he could fight Spinarak, though. I think it was capable to fight Spinarak. Yeah, it seems to be capable to fight Spinarak. I just wanted to make sure that it was skippable just by the spinner rack. Well, not that I could make sure that it could, but yeah. I like how this thing is just slowly killing itself. But this is why I brought up the idea that it would be there. Or rather, that's why I brought up the idea that, like, the Rayquaza might kill itself if I let it fight. He knew what I was trying to do. He knew 100% what I was trying to do. I was going to take a hit and sacrifice that HP to go and kick down that spinner rack. Be confused. To be fair, he's probably damaging himself as much as what he would with confusion. So that's the final milk drink. Turtle's ran out of milk. Turtle needs some milk. So here's the Absol. Bye, Absol. Here's a picture. Yes, nice job. Way to use your much weaker attack. How did it do like 15? No. How did it do 17? Like, literally. That thing against him that had 165 special defense and had like maybe 29 on special attack. How the heck did it do 15? So how did it do 17? How did it not do just 1? Like, actually, how? How the heck did it not do 1? Did it do more than 1 damage? I'm not concerned about that because flying and then steel. To be fair, funny enough, steel actually does get rid of toxic spikes. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me why steel gets rid of toxic spikes. But I guess toxic spikes just go straight right into one Pokemon. And so, yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Use that. I don't care. So there's Roark there. Not bad. A level or two. 200. I was like 2,192 before I can actually tell how much it's nice. Nice tool. Nice. 469. Nice. To be fair though, had I actually been able to kill that Typhlosion, probably it would have been higher. But to be fair, depending on how that Typhlosion was, I probably would have caught that. Had it not been for Roar. Had it not been for Roar, I probably actually would have caught the Typhlosion. But to be fair, also I forgot about the quick balls that I have. Like, I always forget about the quick balls. I don't know why. I just do. Like it's literally just now a running joke at this point. Because apparently I'm not quick. I'm not quick enough to realize that I have quick balls. Hello, Ludicolo. Might as well set out Moon. I forget whether Moon is capable to fight. Okay, extreme speed. Nice job. I think I would about sped it, but it decided to use extreme speed. That's fine. I don't mind. I hope you know that's not gonna be. Wait, what? Isn't it speed? Am I wrong with that? Am I wrong with that? Steel is not resistant to water? I thought steel was resistant to water. Okay, now, Spite on moves is very deadly against Moon, actually. The reason why I say that is, like, it doesn't have a lot... Moon doesn't have a lot of moves. Espeon. Did I fight somebody with that Espeon? Oh, it's the Ace. Okay, yeah, I did. I thought I remembered somebody with an Ace as an Umbreon, but it could be... Oh, crap. Spore. You're getting out of here. I don't like a Magikarp person. Because the moment, like, a lot of my stuff is special attackers. Like, I have nobody that's physical anymore. That's the issue. Like, if I had Rayquaza, then sure, I have a physical attacker. But they're better special. And that's the point where it's an issue. Okay, good. Hidden power, not Magikarp. Because now he knows this thing's moveset. He knows this thing has, for the most part, the default stuff. I think that the only thing that it had at the start that I didn't keep was whatever that move was. I think the only thing that I actually taught it was Gust. Because I'm pretty sure it had Spore at the start. I'm pretty sure it had Power Gym at the start. I know it had Shockwave at the start. So I think that it actually has its main moveset. So he's gonna go for a 1. I'm gonna laugh if I switch to Turtle and then it's like, he just decides, no, I'm gonna try to kill this Gliscor. With Parasong, no matter what, I do go and get it. The The only way that I don't... Oh. So, about the way that I don't get to... Oh... Please tell me that I can kill the Grimer. That one, I'm going to give the revive. Because that I should have been able to have gone out Toral. Had it not been for like magnet pull or whatever stopped me from switching out Pinscher, I would have been able to have kept it. I would have been able to have kept out Pinscher. So Pinscher will take an extra penalty by needing me to heal it. It will be out for me to heal. So that I can do extra, so that I can take extra stuff. Wait, why did I do that again? Why did I go and try to use that move again? But I am going to look through that and see about what it was. Like, that's about the only thing that I will go and give myself credit for. If Gliscor was my only Pokemon at that point, then it's like fair enough. Like if Torto, Tool, Star, Moon, and Sealy all were dead, then yeah, I very much say that would have been a fine death. But the only reason why I can continue is the fact that, yeah, no, that was literally not even my fault. There's literally no way that I could have done anything to save it, but because like the only way to save it would have been to switch it out, but I was locked in. And it was locked in by an ability. So, yeah. Because basically, like, it has to have, like, magnet pull. Because Toro can switch out. But if I do it with Sealy, it's like, yeah, no, it can't be switched out. The only type of, like, arena trap that actually does work only on steel types is magnet pull. So, it's got to be a magnet pull Pokemon. Doesn't it also have Mirror Coat? Oh, not that it matters anymore. It's dead. The only way that would actually be beneficial for me is if I had like a toxic orb and just got rid of it. Or if I got rid of my bad items. If it wasn't for bad items, I would have no need for that. But I'm also gonna laugh if there's another mouse ball just somewhere. Oh, sorry, located somewhere in the game. Because what that means at that point is, like, hi, I have a Pokemon that has, well, I essentially have a thing that will catch any Pokemon without fail, and nothing to use it on. Because unless I find a shiny, where then it's like, catch the shiny with the legendary, with the Master Ball. Just make sure that it doesn't kill itself. Frick. I would have laughed if it actually let it kill itself. Gust. I swear, if this is another case where I can't switch out due to like magnet pull. Good. It wasn't. Wait, that thing's gonna be low enough. Well, you're saying up for me to use floor store. At least now I don't have to be mad about that thing. Wow. I'm actually surprised by that. I would have laughed, and that salmon was low enough to where it would have actually died. If the salmon was low enough to die by spikes, I actually would have laughed. And it killed itself! It killed itself! It can't survive. It can't switch out. It's actually going to die in 3 turns. It is faster than me, but I can at least spore it. Oh. Well. At least now I know what its ability was. So Shadow Ball is actually a ghost move. Bye, Salamence! You messed up. So how close is that thing? Okay, I feel like it's better to go and just use Hippo, essentially. I say yep. I will save it so that I can at least see what Staravia is. That way I don't have to worry about, like, leveling up offline and not seeing about what it was. Now, if something that evolves instantly, then sure, I will use the second rare candy for it. But, not really. I still don't want to use a rare candy on Pokemon. So, what is Staravia? You kidding me? Well, hi again, Flytrap. Oh, great. That's a Pokemon. So I spend all that time just to figure out it's a Pokemon that I've had before. Great. Great. So one final person, and then to the Elite Four. Who do I have as my Elite Four team? That is going to be the question. And so obviously I'm not going to have on Chatot, or rather Turtle. Sure, I'll fight this thing with Turtle. I remembered it being Ghost type. I'm not surprised by that with the physical, but actually no, I was surprised by that. That I'm not surprised about. I'm not surprised by it almost being dead. I'm sorry, I'm not surprised by it being surviving that. I was surprised about the crit and how much that did. Did not have a turn. Oh wait, no, it healed that turn. Right. Yep, to 30. So speaking of Rattata, here's one. Slow 60. Oh, it has trace, right. Might as well get rid of the Toxic Spike. So then, what is the case? I don't get this then. Because, like, Sealy will get rid of the Toxic Spikes, but Pinscher won't. I understand the idea of Turtle not being affected due to flying. I understand the idea of Moon not getting rid of it by being Steel. Oh, sorry, by having Levitate. But why is it that Sealy's the only one that gets rid of it? Not even the other people. I don't get that. Is it because, like, Sealy's kind of like a ground type person? Oi. You didn't even get thawed out. You literally got thawed out the moment you actually got frozen. The hell? Why free? I'm less mad about a no freeze than an actual, like, one turn thaw, or rather same turn thaw. Because at least if it didn't affect it, then it's like, okay, yeah, no, it's not gonna matter. Or, well, it just didn't go off. But it actually going off and then just, like, them thawing out the same turn, it's like, BS. Screw you. Why did you even do it? Why did you even do it if it was going to thaw that turn? And because, like, it's, to me, it makes no sense. Why do something if you're not going to actually do anything with it? It's why, like, well, it's why I kind of, like, I go for a lot of the games that I like playing, because then it gives me fair. Ow. Is that full HP? I think that was full HP. I'm not gonna into stop the recording and then just, like, do it just simply for the sake of that, but yeah, hi. Nice job failing. I think that was full HP though. Ah, I I was really hoping that I was going to do Sucker Punch and fail. I still like the idea that Dark Pulse, something that has literally dark in the name. Ice type move. I guess it's not as bad as like Surf, which is implying that you're on water, to actually be an electric move. I mean, if you shock the water, then I guess it could be electric, but that would be shocked water, not Surf. Fair play. So, at least now I know that there's 2 spots open for my main team. Or for the team going in. So, probably the slots will be filled by, well, there's, yeah, Turtle's gonna be replaced by, Turtle's gonna be replaced by, by, the Dupes. That's who's gonna replace Chat. Or rather Turtle. As for Disaster and Gliscor, it's gonna be replaced by, well, they're gonna be replaced by, they're gonna be replaced by, Crescent and Wisher. And the reason for it is, as by using those two, went very much up and beyond where I expected them to be. Like, I expected to be out the first time. They kept pushing. They pushed it. I was impressed. They did so well. They impressed me. That's how good they did. But they still did ultimately lose. I do note that. But yeah. It's something that I do expect that with them on my main team, I should be able to go further. It's just I'll probably will do one thing before I actually make sure that I do. Oh, because I want to make sure that I'm not like missing out on something that is probably very important. And by doing like a run that might go up past the third person and might be like freaking an hour extra, or rather like it might be an extra like 45 minutes. I don't want to be having like an extra 45 minutes added on because as I went much further, and then that extra 45 minutes is what stopped me from doing something else. Now I still do have other things to do today, but that's not what I'm referring to. Like, I'm referring to something else. It's just wanting to make sure that I don't screw myself over. Essentially. So, not bad. 3 Pokemon, 3 on my main team, and for the final fight. I got 3 Pokemon for my final fight. Actually, why am I doing it there? Oh, right. Best to at least get into the thing. Okay, so bear with me for a little bit as I change up the overlay and also do one thing just to make sure that I'm good. Okay, yeah, there's I see nothing with it that will actually be an issue, so I'm good. But not an issue yet. It might be an issue. Don't get me wrong. Probably will be an issue. Wait, how was I about to do that? This one that's about to die. Or that's gone. Actually, yeah, I do get an extra. Yeah, why not? And not that us having a second XP share. Why not just take Hip in? Oh, I just realized I never changed Staravia out of the overlay. Oh well. Oh well. Sure. Take Crescent. Replace that. So, let's see. That should be the Cresselia. It should be... Jesus. I forgot about how much it is. I forgot that it was only big enough for Absol. I think Dunsparce can change out for Jirachi close enough. No, actually, it's much bigger than Jirachi. I thought it was the opposite. Shata can be the... wait, what? Oh, yeah, I didn't mean to reset that. Because I accidentally went into edit transform when I was meaning to go into properties. So that would be... I was meaning to go and get the compute tops. That can just become hip. Where's hip? Okay, there is hip. Time to set hip up. And let's go. Got the team. Got Rayquaza might be a good idea to put onto it, but I'm not sure. Like something I probably would want to train up a little bit. Plus, plus everything's here. So, let's get going. So I remember this being a bug person, so I'll probably want Wisher out a little bit. So I do remember the start. Like I remember facing off against this thing and being like, Oh crap! I'm screwed. I'm screwed. But Wisher was able to pull through. So. Like I just got to where it's like, yeah, let's just go all or nothing. If this thing loses, then I will have lost anyway. Uh, but it pulled through and survived. Uh, we're both healing, so I forgot to heal. I forgot to actually heal. Outside of Moon, that was not that bad. And I also do like the fact that it's like, yeah, hi, let's just go and undo the entirety of the first 3 turns. But yeah, that's why I actually probably should have went in and healed. In addition to just getting rid of all the people that I probably would. Okay, hit the button again. Fair. On the capture and the stuff that I'm doing, if I press a button and it just will bring up that menu and cause a couple other issues for me. Well, actually, no. I guess it wasn't a total reset. Or at least not reset to 3 turns. Sorry, to 3 turns before. It was that in terms of yeah, sure, let's go. Like it was that in terms of everything else, but well, it was that in terms of HP, but it wasn't that in terms of PowerPoints. Okay, so it's just forgetting to start. Or rather, it's just not updating. Okay. Okay, that might be an issue. Yeah, this is why I really should level up Wisher, in all honesty. I actually should probably level up some of the people from the sub-team. Wisher included. The main people from the sub-team that I actually should have leveled up is Wisher and Crescent. Because those were the main 2 people that made it go so far. Because, like, Wisher went down to a level 71. So, very respectable. Very, very respectable. For Wisher. Heck, a lot of these things, Wisher did great. The fact that Wisher is even still up at this point is great, is good enough. I forgot that artillery outspeeds. Please tell me it doesn't kill. Sweet. Thank you. Now I'll proceed to get a lot of HP. Sure, go ahead. I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna heal. Deal with it. To be fair, this is also probably why the fight went so long. Because it's like, I was fighting a level 66s with a level 58. Now, granted, this time I am using my main, like 3 of my main team, and I do have one Pokemon that is not designed to be swapped in, but they are stealing some XP still. It's why I went and left the XP share on them, because I know that it would be very, like, I'm already at a disadvantage with levels. So I didn't want to provide a further disadvantage by being like, yeah, hi. In addition to the level disadvantage, let's also get a disadvantage by having X thing have less details. Or rather, let's have X thing do, well, let's just swap in hip and have whoever I swap in take extra damage that they didn't otherwise need to take. That's why I didn't want to keep this up, or rather that's why I wanted to keep the XP share where it was. Because then it's like, okay, sure, go ahead. Okay, another queen. I forget what this thing is that makes it to where it's actually resistant. Oh, right. Yeah, right, that thing's going to just... Well, time for a time for a hyper potion. He's gonna heal. Maybe not. That Sister Spirit might have actually helped. That Sister Spirit might have actually made it to where he won't actually heal. I think he will. But you never know. It might have stopped it. I just saw the opportunity to get the exact amount from a hyper potion, so I took it. But clearly, yes, he's a fool. Bye! Bye, Mr. Fool! Hope you enjoy your Pokemon being down. And that is game for the first person. Great. So, obviously with the Leopard Berry, I want to recover Psychic. Might as well actually check out Shadow Ball though. Because I don't think I've had Shadow Ball before. Oh, no, it was ground type move. But I was right that it was actually a new move. But it's 100 power for 65 accuracy. Okay. Not terrible. Not terrible. But not good. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Yeah, I still have a couple super potions. I'm gonna have to be at the Pokemon Center for a couple people. So there's Wisher up as far as what I will be concerned with. There's Sealy up as far as what I will be concerned with. And there's Moon up. So now time for Bertha. I I still don't know how I managed to get through this last time. But yeah, this is how I knew that this person was a flying type person. Shoutout does have this seed flare thing, which is extremely powerful. So yeah, that might be dangerous, but luckily it doesn't have. Oh frick. One, hyper potion. Two, she's gonna full heal it. Let's say full restore it. I already know this. If she doesn't, I'm surprised. So I'm gonna have to hope for a crit. To be fair, I would not mind if she actually uses the second one, like back to back. That way, like, she gets healed and then it's there. Oh, great. And the special defense is harshly fallen. And if it falls again, then I am going to switch out Wisher for, essentially, like, I probably would switch out Wisher for, freaking. Actually, yeah, it might be better to just swap it out and get her up. Well, get Wisher up. But yeah, like I said, I did face level 69, so I just forgot about it. Oh, Wisher actually doesn't have a gender. I keep forgetting that Cresselia is the only legendary with a gender. All legendaries don't have genders outside of Cresselia, like I said. Hopefully that kills. No, that didn't. Crap. Okay. Down it goes. I'm fine with this. If I beat it this time, I will go and probably for the sake of the stream, not actually do it, but for anybody that's actually watching this on the on YouTube instead, when I've actually gotten it up, I will probably go through the log file and have that be a separate. Well, I'm not gonna have it be a separate thing, but I will have it be added on to this and just actually process this. Now this thing does have Wonder Guard. Wait, what? What? What's that? Actually not so effective? Okay, no, so it still is fine. Well, that's Slicer down. Crescent, I know, came in clutch last time, so. Frick. It came in clutch when it wasn't freaking like that. Let's go! Great! Executor is down. So that's more XP to Crescent. I am getting Crescent out of there. It's better to go to Wisher. I don't care that it was a Remoraid. And I'm just it's better to get rid of Crescent. And down go. No! Remoraine's not down. I actually thought that was Remoraid down. Guess not. I almost feel like I almost feel like Exutor is water flying. So, not bad. Not bad. All, like, through what? Through two, and what Pokemon is very poor on health. That was to be expected. One is down. The rest still fighting strong, never used. Well, pseudo used. Pseudo used. Because let's be real. I really should have. I should have remembered to heal before it. But I forgot to heal. Hence the issue. Now time for Flit Phase 2. This is actually where I died last time. So, for those that didn't watch last week, I actually died to this Porygon. So I don't know what he has after this Porygon. This is now brand new territory. Wait, frick. Okay, so that was a crit though. So he's gonna try to outspeed me. Okay. So now that does outspeed me. That bind is actually very powerful. I do want to get up spikes. Because I feel like that's important. I'll probably want slack off here, just in case. Oh, glad I did! So glad I did. Okay, I'm actually gonna have to heal. I'm gonna actually have to use a hyper potion at this point. Because bind will take me down lower than that. So this should be my final bind. Sorry, my final... No, spikes. Okay, so max spikes. Max spikes. And... attack order? Maybe? Oh, great. So he... Wait, no, that's good. It's a dark type. It's a dark type person. So... What do I have that's good against dark? Wait, Sealy! Luster Purge! Okay. So I got that. I got the strat. So Moon's gotten the setup. I just have to get out of bind. So I can switch into Sealy. And hope that Sealy doesn't die. Full restore. Okay. Yeah. Expected. I expected that. Frick. So there's somebody that's actually faster than it. Okay, so Moon's actually my slowest. Well. Technically some of these other Pokemon are the slowest, but... Moon's Moon's the slowest of the people that I actually was planning to use. Well, the Moon's the slowest of the Pokemon I was planning to use originally. Okay, sweet. Sweet, sweet. Get in Sealy. Get in Sealy. Get in quickly. Start luster purging this entire team. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Is that defeat? Yes, it is! Free butt from mine. No, nah, not really. That was a powerful thing, though. I hope that Hip actually does level up through this, and then I win this fight. Because the issue about leveling up, or rather about the issue about a Pokemon on leveling up to where it would evolve is if you don't win that fight, it doesn't evolve it. Which is kind of understandable. But also it's like, it's annoying. So down goes Hitmontop. Oh! Oh! This is a problem. It's his ace! Oh dear! His ace is a Palkia. I mean, it would be your ace, but what's with the legendaries that disappointed me? Hello, very first moon. What? Seriously, what is with the legendaries that disappoint me? Like, I first saw random Arceus. Got absolutely freaking scared at the idea of it. And then I fought it and I'm like, I just one-shot it. Wow. Just, wow. I don't even think I used a super effective move. It's just like, I get one shot. Really? It's a freaking tentacruel! It's a tentacool? Oh my lord. So then I guess the question is, can it evolve? Or can it evolve instantly, rather? I think it can. I think it can. I could be wrong. Yeah, no, it's already supposed to have evolved. So, Tentacool is Electric Rock. And it has Runaway. Don't worry about the moves. Those are not its actual moves. So now, completely new territory. Again. Because I have no idea what he even has. I have no indication about what he has. Sure, Actually, yeah, let's go with moon. Let's go with moon and hope that I can get out the stuff. I don't think that he's gonna be a dark type. I don't think he's gonna be dark type. I could be wrong though. But he does lead off with a level 69. Nice. So I will need to get up to, well, down to 16 on spikes. So he's raising his crit. Okay. Not terrible. Not a terrible idea. I forget how big of a powerful move that is. And that wasn't a crit. Oh dear. Wisher, go. Go, Wisher. Oh, frick. So, I'm sacrificing somebody. I feel like sacrificing Wisher. Actually, I probably should have sacrificed Crescent, but I doubt that Crescent would even have gotten in. Crescent's problem is, like, if they can get in, they might be able to do something. But I don't think that they're going to. I think this is where I fail. I don't think I'm going to get to the champion. But this is also why I went and made sure that there was not something else that I was needing to do. That way it's like, well, I know that there's something in the later point of the day that I am supposed to do. But I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't supposed to do something earlier. Because last week, I went and fought this, and then just like, I figured out after, oh, shoot, I shouldn't have done this because by doing it, I messed up. Well, down goes Muck. Okay. So if I can win this fight, Hip does get through, and I was going to do Moon anyway, really. So, wow, their aces have Peony. So the two sub people are down. That's unfortunate. What is that? Oh. No issue. Okay, so that's... So it's obviously that they're not flying. Oh, great. What is Hypenia on normally then? Ah, Citrus Bear. He might actually be psychic. No, it's probably just that other one was actually specifically one that did have flying, but wasn't one of the ones that actually did the other one. So it probably is more likely that he is a different type other than flying. Actually, you know what? It might be that the first one was like bug. Uh, no, the first one used Altaria. No, it had to be 2 flyings in a row. Okay, stop being confused. Thank you. Thank you for finally stop being confused. I shouldn't be confused again right after he got over his confusion. Okay, I was gonna be pissed if he actually was. If he did actually get confused right after that, I was gonna be pissed. Oh. Had I actually gotten off that final spike, I would have actually been able to have gotten through him. Had I been able to have gotten off that final spike with the muck, I actually would have killed that Happini. Well, without the capability for that Happini to have said anything else. I already know that that's sucker move, so it's not that worrying. But yeah, this is why I do. This type of grinding is what I would want to avoid. Like the grinding where it's like, yeah, hi. I just go through, and just repeatedly beat down these people. Try to get to where I can do the Happini, and just continue from there. There's no way I'm being this. I already know this. There's no way when I'm down to just Moon, Moon, Sealy, and then I technically have a Tentacruel. I'll say a Tentacool. There's no way that I'm winning. I think it can evolve if it's dead. I could be wrong. I could be wrong that okay, if it had actually survived, I was gonna be impressed. If it had actually got off that whirlpool, I was gonna be impressed. Oh, okay, so it's gonna screw me over then. So whatever I have, it's faster. Okay. Might as well get stabbed. Hopefully that kills. It will. Yes. Okay, I now technically know what type it is, but I'm not supposed to know. Because unless I find a shiny Machamp, unless I found a shiny Machamp, or Hip goes into Machamp, I'm not technically supposed to know. The reason for it is because the reason why I would know it is because I thought the last tower was a area. No, it wasn't. So I can't play off of the knowledge of what Machamp's type actually is. And let's go. We're fighting the champion. Okay, cool. So yeah, this thing does evolve. And what does evolve? Oh, Manetric. Okay. Why should Ship actually be alive now? I will laugh if Manetric actually makes it to where it has HP again. No, it didn't. Okay. But Manetric is, for those curious, Manetric is grass. And it has shell armor. Not bad stats. Just, unfortunately for me, I set it up as a physical attacker. And it's now a special attacker. So, there's kind of a problem there. Okay. So, I will give this team a shot. It's not going to win, mind you. It's not going to win. But I will give it a shot. So, power points need to be stored for that. And also for that. Spikes, they can last the entire fight. Sealy was not even really used, so Sealy is good. But yeah, this is what I was meaning by, like, I really need to go and level up Crescent and Wisher. Because if Crescent and Wisher were both leveled up, they probably could do a whole lot better than what they actually were. Or at least in the case of Wisher, then it can actually be more likely to kill that Bronzong in 2 turns and be capable to be going through a whole lot faster. As a Crescent, yeah, they're good, but they could be a whole lot better. I'm not expecting to get through this, but hopefully we can. Like, I do hope that I can get over this. That way I'm not doing the same stream technically each week. Basically, like, fight these people, fight those people, see if I can't get into here. So I should have level 74s by the time I get to here. That's the main goal. 74s by champion. Well, 74 pluses by the champion. Frick. So it's not gonna hit at all. At least not anymore. Thing is, this is why I like having Slicer up. Because then Slicer's like, yeah, go ahead, learn my accent. So long as you're not normal, I'm good. Because that's as little accuracy as you can possibly get. Okay. Frick. Switch to moon, I guess. Yes, Dark Pulse. Keep flinching, you son of a gun. Okay, let's see if Psychic's actually better against it. Psychic is. Psychic 100% is. Yeah, I figured it's for sure. This I only need to do hyper potions. Like I said, I'll give this team a chance and actually try to beat it. But I do know that this team is eventually going to lose. When it's signed that I'm just artificially doing it and like there's no way for me to actually win, that's when I'll stop healing and just take the loss. But as of right now, there still is a chance for me to win. So now that I've gotten Sealy up as well, time for Moon and time for hopefully a sweep. That was a crit, so I'm not worried yet. Okay, so I'm gonna have to deal with 3 stages at least for the thing. Did it actually run out of? I think it ran out of sand. Of mud slaps at this point. I'm switching into Sealy. I don't care what it is next. Sealy's going up. Oh, why not? Really? Really? Oh, why not? I know why not use why not, but screw you, game. Oh, and it's flying. It's flying. It has to be flying. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully she's not a flying person. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Just keep doing that. That will work. That will work wonders. Go ahead, keep doing that. That'll be great. Yeah, like I said, that would be great. Why not? Why not just splash around? Oh, crap. Damn. So, down to Moon. 1v3. Oh, sorry, no, 1v4, actually. Oh, wow, no, this is so not working. This is so not gonna work. Oh, great. So here's where I end. Here's where my challenge ends. There's no way I'm getting past this mammoth swine. Full restore. Well, enter full restore. Case in point. And especially once it starts using a lot of more kinesis. Because once I start getting to where I can't hit, that's when I'm dead. I just can't win. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I'm gonna try. But I'm not expecting it. Yeah, it basically just has to lower my accuracy, and I can't do anything to stop it. At least she does have no full restores left. But the downside with that is I have no more Pokemon left, and I have minus, I think -4 our accuracy. So she can't heal, I can't hit. That's the state of this battle. And thing is, I also have not gotten past her ace. She still has a level 77 that I have to deal with. And I have 3 more Pokemon to go. And my current Pokemon is poor. If it was like I'm down to, if I was like down to Slicer, or if I was down to Disaster, then okay, I might be able to pull it back from this. But as it is right now, no. No way can I pull it back. There's no way I'm pulling this back. This is close to her ace, but this isn't her ace. And I have so many different things I have to do. Like, I have to pray that I can do everything right. I think this is the L. Don't get me wrong, I probably could go through, but yeah, sure, I could probably. There's still a chance I could beat it. Yeah, sure. Let's go and try to beat it. Like these aren't the worst moves. These by far are not the worst moves, and this is by far not the worst thing that I could have. I still will have a chance at winning, but it's just very, very slim. And they could easily crit to kill me. So I have the advantage on XP and stuff. Oh, sorry. On terms of like the amount of capability to continue, I am much further along than her. But I'm also going to be using up a bunch of items. That said, though, there's nothing after this. The only thing that would be after this is if I'm like, yeah, I want to do it. Hello, Shadow. How are you? I already apologize for how this fight is. Wait, she's still had a full restore? She had a full restore? Still? I thought she is out of full restores. Apparently not. Like, but yeah, where I'm down to is like, hi, I have Berry, and that's the only capability. I have -4 accuracy, and I have one of my tankiest Pokemon. I have one of my tankiest Pokemon is the only good thing about this. Well, good slash bad. Because it makes it good to where I can survive, but also it's like, did I hit with that? I think I did. No, I don't think I did. Yeah. I think I missed. Wake up, Moon! You're supposed to come in clutch with this. You're not supposed to stay asleep. Staying asleep is not going to be allowing you to come in clutch. You're supposed to pull off the crescent. To be fair though, this still is much further than what I expected. I expected to die on the last one. It's just that I didn't expect to where I would need stuff that is incapable to hit. So, Disaster would hands down be best capability to take down some of these. So, I will very much want Disaster for this. I can place Disaster easily just like over that Hippopotas. Well, what started out as a Hippopotas, now it's a Manectric. After it went to like Tentacool, I think it went Hippopotas, Tentacool, and then it went like the Manectric that it is now. So not bad, but if I get down to like 10 and this thing is still at full HP, I'm just gonna call it. Because, like, there does get to a point where, even if you could do it, it's like, is it really good? Yeah, frick, I did. I did hit it with the Dark Pulse, so I did need to do attack order. And great, now I need to do the move that I just did. It is weaker in special defense, at least. So if I'm down to one move, I will prefer it to be that. Actually, now that I think about it, I might run out of Leopard Berries. I only have 4 left. How many Leopard Berries do I have? Oh no, I have... Even worse, I have 3. I have 3 left. So I'll go until I'm out of Leopard Berries, and then after that I'll probably grind up some more off stream, just so that you all are seeing the Leopard Berry thing. Like, my lord, I'm using a lot. To be fair, this was not helped by... Like, this stuff was not helped by the fact that I forgot to heal before coming in. Very much did not. But also, let's be real. I'm pretty sure I've used the Lupberry on Ice Pulse, on Dark Pulse, and I'm pretty sure I used a Lupberry. Well, I know for a fact I've used Lupberries on Attack Order. So, lack of power points coming in was not even an issue. I almost hope that this lantern kills me, just due to the fact that then I can end the suffering. Nope, suffering's not ended yet. Can you code attack with the move that will kill yourself? It's gonna take at least something that's not good. Problem is, it has Grass Whistle. Hi, speaking of the devil. Unfortunately for me, one more move, one more Ice Pulse, and I have to bury the Ice Pulse. Man, I really hate Kinesis. At least when I have one Pokemon left. Because Kinesis just makes it to where, like, you have suffering. Okay, that's low enough. Can you stop me? It's so annoying. She pretty much has a stall team, but not a stall team. That's what it is. She has a stallish team without being a stall team. And is that lantern finally down? Yes, it is! Finally! And Moon's now level 66 for next time. Hello, Regigius! How are you? Wait, level 78. Her ace is a Delibird! Her ace is a Delibird. Okay. And it wants to use nothing but counter. Great. Does it also have Mirror Coat? I swear, one of the only things that's actually going to help me through this fight is the fact that I actually have up 3 spikes. I swear, if it's not for the 3 spikes, I probably would be dead. Oh my lord. Can this Delibird die? I mean, I was not expecting it to actually go about to die, but we take those. And of course she has a full restore. I guess she has 4. I thought she had 2. I thought she only had 2 full restores. Oh my lord, this fight is literally going on for too long. I'm not sure which is more dumb. Me actually going to Genshin and deciding to face off against a level 91 boss with a team of level 20s and lowers. Or me deciding to do this. Like, this, by all accounts, is going to be better. would have been better for me to have just decided to be like, yeah, no, let me just go and how about die and come back with a Pokemon that actually would be able to hit despite massive accuracy losses? Okay, not bad. Not bad for damage. Yes! I didn't hit it precisely because I expected that. Or rather, I didn't use the... Well, you used the stuff when I did because I expected it. Alright. So, Mood, certainly coming in clutch with this. So, level 66 Scizor versus a level 76 Shelgon. Can I beat it? That is the question. This is the only thing stopping me from completing the game. If I do this, I've actually completed the game. And I will evolve it for anybody that's watching on YouTube. If you're seeing this go much longer than 747, oh great. If you're seeing this go much longer than, then if you're seeing this go much longer than 408, it's probably because oh my. Oh, that's how I got that. At least my accuracy can't be any worse. Oh, and it only did one. We can't harm each other. Wait, my accuracy actually could go well. Or I wasn't at stage 4? I thought I was at stage 4. I thought I was at stage 4. I guess I was wrong. Okay, there's the lanterns. So I guess a different question as well is... Alright, yeah, keep doing that. Oh yeah, no, I know you won't. Right, I forgot you had a little start. Oh, so it was ground. Watch this actually go out to like 4 hours, 30 minutes. That team should not have won. That team should not have been in the Elite Four. I will be honest, that team should not have won. That team should not have done what I did. I should not have been able to have done what I did with this team. But we take this, and that's this done, actually. Well, that's this playthrough. I essentially beat it on the second run through for this. But, yeah. Really, all that came out to be less once I got to this point was actually just beat the Elite Four the second time. Oh my lord. Just my freaking lord. But yeah, for anybody that's watching on YouTube, the extra time, I'm over 4 hours, 11 minutes. is going to be coming from, one, all of this other stuff. Two, it's going to be coming from the log and me actually going over to fight. Well, to go and see what is Heatran, and then also see about like what are some of the other stuff. Like, for example, the Reggies I actually could not fight. The Reggies I literally cannot show you in game. Only due to the fact that the Reggies are incapable of actually doing everything else. So, well, the Reggies need specifically a event Pokemon. So, unless I hack in the event Pokemon, I'm not going to be able to show you what that Pokemon is. Oh yeah, now I remember what's in the Dome Fossil. So yeah, it's a shame that I didn't get to show you that Entei is actually a fossil, but it is what it is. And frankly, I almost would have preferred to go and have it be like, yeah, all of these Pokemon are in here that came in clutch. Like Jirachi, oh my god, that was very helpful. Same thing with there. Hypnometric, it was useless, but, you know, I didn't expect to get through this. So, it was a noble sacrifice at one point to get to where I could actually have Sealy up. But, yeah. That was Pokemon Platinum. Or at least this randomizer. So. It was certainly a thing. I still don't know what to say about Staravia being an well, I still have no idea what to say about Staravia being there, but just, oh my lord, that was a fight. I'm glad those Pokemon, like I said, came in clutch and just pulled through that mighty victory. The victory goes to Moon. I will give Moon all the credit on this time. That was Moon's victory. I cannot take that away. Moon was essentially like it was 1 versus 4. In that final fight, it technically was at the start 2 versus 6. Moon just came around and somehow I managed to come through and win. When my accuracy was at like down 3 apparently. I thought it was down stage 4. No, I thought that was over. I thought I was gonna run out of love berries, and I thought I was gonna lose, but nope. It was certainly a good thing. I very much enjoyed doing this. Kind of a shame that it's done with now, but yeah. Just now, you get to move over onto another game for next week. Not sure what I'm gonna play. Probably going to go for either one of the Sword Art Online games, because I've been meaning to get around to doing those, but I just never do. Or I might be going around to doing an Shiny Resonance for Friends, since I've had that since around, well, I've technically had it since like early December, but I didn't actually redeem it until like around Christmas. So I've had that game capable to be played since like Christmas, and I've done nothing with it. So yeah, it is what it is. As certainly has been a very enjoyable thing. I forgot that I could press start and just skip the entire thing. But yeah. That was Pokemon Platinum. This was the final team. A level 66 Scizor, a level 65 Kabutops, level 66 Sealy, I'll say Dugong. Surprisingly, level 50 Cresselia that never leveled up during that. I'm actually kind of surprised. I'm also kind of surprised that Wisher at level 58 didn't level up through that. I'm also kind of surprised that Hip only leveled up twice during that. Like, and both of them were like on the last two people before the champion. But yeah. That certainly was a thing. Just nothing better than that. Like I said, I probably, in all honesty, I probably should have used. Oh, hey, Fion. If only that thing was shiny. If that thing was shiny, I would have been like, I just no words on that, but I honestly should have used well, it would have been better if I used the Rayquaza, especially over Manectric, but just didn't need it clearly. So yeah. Didn't need to worry about anything else. As for so that's basically it at for a whopping 4 hours 18 minutes. As for anybody else, well, as for the YouTube stuff, I will be going on over and actually, well, I will bring up all of these people just due to the fact that then I don't have to deal with actually getting and through to like well, I don't have to deal at that point then and with finding a replacement for Rock Smash, finding somebody else that might be able to fight and do good against a level 70. Well, there's this, but no. Request will also be one thing that will go for the log file, but yeah. That's stuff for YouTube. I'll be editing that at some point to where like you all don't have where I don't do an extra stream for it. As for anybody else that came in late, that is a Victory Bell, that is a Relicanth. These two are some other things that don't go into their type. But I will go and show them off just as a one last time thing for anybody that actually was not here. But yeah, I will go and do it essentially right after I've saved. I thank everyone so much for coming out. Thank you, Shadow, for the lurk as well. And if you're still here, thank you for the lurk as well, just as Arger. Uh, it was certainly a good thing. I hope to see you all tomorrow for our essentially Genshin Impact. Uh, oh right, this thing is a spirited. But yeah, as I stated, next week I'll be doing like either Shining Resonance for Friend, and that might be based off of like well, whether or not I do Shining Resonance for Friend might be based off of Tokyo Zandu, and whether or not I've finished that this week. But it will certainly be a thing. In either case, whichever one will follow the other. So like if it's not one of the Sword Art Online things after this, then I'll be doing the Sword Art Onlines after Tokyo Zandu. If I do, then it will be Shining Resonance for Friend. That's like after, well, that's on the Wednesday. But that's all that I wanted to do for this. It was certainly a blast. I'm glad that I at some point got a shiny Articuno. And I'm also glad to finally have seen this, but it is what it is. I will ultimately see everyone whenever I next see you all. So apparently I found a new legendary. Oh! How come I never found this thing? Literally, how did I never find this thing? Like, how did I get through this entire game and never once see Arceus in the wild? But yet Arceus was wild there. Like, I swear, I went up and down these routes so much that... Seriously? Arceus, I swear, is just trying to make up for the fact that he's never showed up at all during this wild. Because, yeah, this is right after I ended stream for our September 16th, 2021. And, yeah. So far, 2 out of 4 Pokemon on this route were Arceus. So 2 out of 3 Pokemon have so far been Arceus. And now I'm about to go to a place where Arceus cannot be, aka the water. So, there probably were a couple people over here in the water that I just never got around to doing, but it is what it is. So, first off, I did want to go through and show off getting an essentially like well, I wanted to show off Heatran and what Heatran was actually, because Heatran was I forget whether I needed the Magma Stone or if I needed or if it's like, yeah, everything else is fine. But yeah, for the most part, it should be good. I forget, and nothing else. This is just much more of a point of like, yeah, getting through everything. It's why I'm not so much worried about the rule about, well, Moon's valid, but. Like, it's why I'm not worried about Sealy, Disaster, and Slicer being on this team. Mainly because it's just like, why concern myself if I'm just going through the log file? Because that's all this is. I do want to show through the game about what Heatran is. I could be wrong. Heatran could just be something else, but I want to say that Heatran is here. Or rather, I want to say that Heatran is here. Luckily, I can then now use some of the shortcuts that I was not able to do before because I had Buck with me. But it is what it is. So. I don't think that Heatran's gonna be shiny, but you never know. Well, in any case, Heatran's not gonna be shown up, or rather, I'm not gonna care to catch Heatran. I do remember that the Dome Fossil that I was almost making a point to try and find, and up until I did all the other stuff, and then also went for an hour extra trying to beat the Elite Four. Which, to my surprise, my team was actually pretty good for the Elite Four and let me beat the Elite Four. Like if you had told me that team was going to beat the Elite Four, sorry, the team up there was going to beat the Elite Four, I would have slapped you and told you were crazy. I literally would have said that you were crazy. By telling me that my Dugong at level 65 going in there, ending at 66. My Scizor that went in at level 65 as well, ending at level 66. My Crescent, who was also my Cresselia, was going to get through as a level 50, and then Jirachi with a level 60, with level 58, I was going to end at 58. Slicer, who also was level, Slicer started and ended at level 65, and if you had told me that those people were going to survive, I literally just would have called 1 BS, 2 you crazy. There's not much else to say besides that. Because, like, who in their right minds would think that much would be crazy? Or that much would be there? And so I will state also some of the gym leaders that I did not get around to fighting, and some of the people that I also did not get around to fighting that were going to be in the survival area. Because they were good. They were good. There was a lot. Certainly though, part of why I ended the stream was because I received a call that was decently important. So, or at least I knew that the person that was calling me was decently important. So it's like, yeah, better answer it, especially since it's one thing if I don't notice them calling. It's a different thing entirely if I notice they're calling and then I still do nothing. I knew I was about to end, so that's why I didn't just like mute myself and just go through everything. So I did get the information. Now I know what to kind of expect. And I now know how to go and proceed moving forward. I do now realize that I did forget on stream to state that I was going to be like, well, I did forget to state that. So yeah, this is Heatran. So what actually is, so what's my live reaction to Heatran existing? Obviously, I'm not gonna care about getting the full Pokédex. I'm not. I don't care what somebody donates or anything. I'm not going to go through. Well, I'm not going to. Like, it doesn't matter how much somebody donates. It doesn't matter on how much they're going to do. Insert thing here. Because there's not gonna be really anything to tell me that's like, yeah, I'm gonna go for a Zapdos. There's not gonna be anything that's gonna make me want to go for like, hi, there's Zapdos. Now let me get into my Pokedex. Now let me get Totodile into my Pokedex. And then who's some of the other people? Well, like knowing who's around, I can tell like what people would be. Like also Surskit get into the Pokedex. Who would be the final one? Like, oh, yeah. Also, like get Clamperl into my Pokedex. Like there's nothing you're going to be doing that will get it to where I will actually do that. Cause like I have all the, like, Sinnoh. If I didn't have somebody in there, I'm gonna be like, how? How do I not have somebody from Sinnoh in there? I don't know why I'm finding Sentret as funny as like I don't know why I am finding level 50 Sentret being opposed to Heatran and as funny as what it actually is. But yeah, as for some of the other static Pokemon, which the roaming such as Cresselia, surprisingly, like Giratina's not counted as essentially a static, despite the fact that you always encounter Giratina at a certain point, at a certain place. But yeah, it is what it is. So sorry about that. Anyway, going on to the static and that topic, I'm very much surprised that Giratina's not kind of stacked, so being there, but also Mesprit is one that's roaming. And so you all already know that the gift Pokemon, being like Togepi was now a Gliscor, Eevee was now a Chimecho, Porygon, or what was Porygon, went to a Nuzleaf. Riolu went to Absol. Drifloon, like I said, is nothing more than a Beedrill. Much like how Rotom is a Pineco. So, as for the fossils, I did get most of them. There was a few that I didn't get. So, I got the old Amber, I believe so, at least. And I went and showed that you get Clefable from it. Yeah, I did. No, actually I did. I actually caught the Clefable. I never got the old Amber, actually, then. I actually did get Clefable. But yeah, Linoon was the Helix Fossil, which was my first one. Entei being replacing Kabuto. I never got to show that. The Leap with the Root Fossil being the Metagross. I did get that. I did get both the Skull Fossil and the Armor Fossil. Armor Fossil being Jinx and Skull Fossil being Shiftry. I surprisingly never got the Claw Fossil though. The Claw Fossil ending up being a Psyduck, actually. Oh, funny enough, on the final route, I actually got what replaced Darkrai. So, as for the static stuff, you already know that Steelix replaced Yuxi, as of was replaced by Jirachi. I showed in this thing, Typhlosion was Dialga, and Rayquaza was Palkia. I just showed that Heatran was Sentret. Previously, I did get Registeel, Regice, Regirock, and showed that Delibird, I'll say that Regigigas is a level 1 Delibird. It's still very funny to me, but not nearly that fun. But not funny to where I'm just thinking about it and just laugh. Now, Registeel. That is actually Glaceon. And funny enough, Regice actually is an ice type thing, but it's now a Abomasnow. So, I actually caught 2 of the legendaries without knowing, essentially. So, like, if I did go and get to where I could have done Darkrai's Island, I actually would have re-rolled my 224 Pokemon. Because obviously I can't re-roll Darkrai without just doing a different ROM. And then just like, there's that. Regirock, I did get it, but it was a Graveler, actually. So that's kind of interesting. And Shaman, which I actually did get originally. It was the Krictot, actually. But Shaman actually became Stantler. Now, the final thing, which is actually probably a little bit more of the funniest one. Arceus, the god of all Pokemon, is now a Ditto. Arceus is replaced by Ditto. I have no words for that. I have no words on that. No, that should not be it. Okay, that's the other person. Oh. So actually they do go, the other people did go and level up though. So some of the people that leveled up that I'm not going to really care to show now is essentially the people that you can get to show up every so often are Tevin, Arturo, Grace, Roxy and Ollie, Lee, Ariel, and Kinsey. So Tevin is has a Spearow, level 54, a Rotz level 54, a Shuckle level 55, a Camera level 57, Arturo has an Azumarill level 59, Grace has a Kingdra level 53, a Politoed level 53. Actually, all of her Pokemon are level 53. So she has a Kingdra, Politoed, Poliwag, Oddish, Artillery. It would have been funny if she had a Poliwhirl, but no, she has a Lapras. Both level 59 for Roxy and Ollie are Cascoon and Amok. Clown Lee has only level 56s as a Porygon Z, a Scyther, and an Abra. Ariel had a level 55, has all level 55s. Kinsey has all level 57s, but Ariel has a Ditrio as Quagsire and Arios. Again, level 57. Kinsey has a Hunter and a Rhydon. Now let me see if I can't find everybody else. Here we go. So, the final Pokemon for Cedric. This is after being on Cynthia. Which Cynthia has her best as like a level 74 Cartoon through a Delibird level 58, I'll say 78. That was basically shown on stream, so don't worry about it. But Cedric, let's see if there's anything that are equal. No, never mind. Nothing's there. So, if you had actually picked Sunflora, then well, with this ROM, then he would have a level 51. I'll say level 81 Frostlass. Starmie level 79, Kingler level 81, Seedot level 79, Nuzleaf level 83, and then finally a Chatot level 85. Now, if you picked Ghastly, he would have a very terrifying sounding team with a Natu level 81. He also has another Natu at level 83. Now, he has a possibility of 3 Wonder Guard Pokemon with Corphish at level 79. Then he also has a Mischievous level 81. And Mr. Mime level 79. And then finally a Gengar level 85. As for what I would have faced, since I picked Gengar, I would have faced a level 81 Kingdra, level 79 Crobat, a Registeel level 81, a Lantern level 79, Electric level 83, and a Sunflora level 85. Now, as for the Pokemon you can, the people you can face in the area that we just were at, so essentially the survival area. So you already know about Candace. I don't need to state that. Melee, I fought that time. Well, I fought today. Same thing with Volkner. Garnia, I think I fought once, but I don't think I fought her more than once. I'm pretty sure I showed Rorik was today. I'm pretty sure Rorik I showed at one point. Fontina, I'm pretty sure I showed at one point. But Byron has a Magby, level 61. A Seaking, level 61. A Gardevoir, level 62. A Slakoth, level 63. And then his ace is a Jigglypuff, level 65. Gardenia, if I didn't show hers already, was a Hippowdon, level 61. A Sunflora, 62. A Torchic, level 61. A Metagross, level 63. And then her ace was a Furret, level 65. Fontina, if I didn't show her, which I'm pretty sure I did, she has a Rayquaza, level 61. An Arcanine, level 61. A Skunky, level 62. A Smeargle, level 63. And a Grimer, level 65. So, some of the other Pokemon that some of the other people that I never fought. I think I fought Riley once. Well, I think I fought Riley once, but similar to with Cedric, where I had to go through this log file to see it, and then also through like several other people. But anyway, Riley had a Plusle level 61, a Wynot level 61, a Heracross level 62, a Jafarig level 63, a Skunk Tank level 65. Now, I'm actually surprised that Buck can show up with this. Or rather that he is capable to be fought. I thought that... I never talked to Buck, because I thought that he never fought you. But I guess he had a chance to fight you always. But anyway, he has a Dugong level 61, a Numel level 62, a Dugong level 61, actually had 2 level 61 Dugongs, a Spoik level 63, and then finally, his ace, much like mine, is a Gliscor level 65. Well, actually, I guess that my ace is technically is Moon, since Moon did go and sweep the rest of the team. But anyway, now Marley, I do know I never saw her. I never saw Marley here. But anyway, Marley had a Badoo level 61, a Chimchar level 61, a Xatu level 62, a Gloom level 63, and then finally a B-Barrel level 65. So, all in all, it was a very interesting ROM. I am honestly surprised I didn't find Arceus sooner. Frankly, being honest. Yes, but it is what it is. I'm kind of curious about what was. I'm kind of curious about what was Rayquaza's thing. Oh, Rayquaza actually had a very good moveset possibility. So there's not really anything good about where I had. If only it could have been 10 levels lower. So basically, what I had left once I got it was I had the option to go and get Assist at level 75 and Megahorn at level 80. What I am disappointed that I wasn't able to get because it was too higher, so it got Mirror Shot instead, is once it got to level 65, it overwrote Slack Off to get Mirror Shot. In all honesty, I actually probably would have replaced like Psycho Boost with Mirror Shot. Slack Off and Toxic Spikes were both very good moves, but some of these other moves were Icicle Spear, Razor Leaf, Super Power, Mist Ball, Flash Cannon, and at level 5, Rock Slide level 15, Seismic Toss level 20, and then the final move that I've not stated is Swagger at level 30. But as for the moves that I learned, the first move was at 45, second was at 50, Psycho Boost was at 60, and then finally Mirror Shot was at 65. So, that's where it was at. But anyway, might as well go through all of it. Well, might as well go through some of the other Pokemon. Oh no, sorry, Squirtle went to C-Dot, and then it went into Grovyle. Okay. Sorry, I kept mistaking that. I thought it went just straight into... I thought for whatever reason it went straight into there. Okay, so actually I did know about it slightly. Now that I am reminded, it did go through. So, actually, if I got that Metal Coat, I would have been able to evolve Scyther into Pikachu, actually. And using a Thunderstone, I could have gotten Pikachu into Caterpie. And so the final point, it actually would have been Crobat for that Pokemon. Wow. Gloom actually is kind of funny. It can go into Marshtomp, or it can go into Oddish. And if it goes into Oddish, it then goes into Celebi. But as for Crobat, what would it have gone to? So, my Scyther, had which one of the abilities? I think I had magnet pull, opposed to anticipation. And oh right, Crobat is lower. So where's Crobat in this? Crobat should have been appeared, right? Yeah, here it is. So if it's what I'm thinking is, it actually would have been early bird. And Crobat actually has very good stats. Oh, Poison Steel. What's with all my Pokemon being Poison Steel? Oh, actually I like it even more. So, Crobat's base stats. 65 HP, 60 attack, a whopping 168 defense, 87 speed, 11 special attack, so it very much was a physical attacker. Or like how my Scyther was. And then, finally, a whopping 143 special defense. Like, this thing was a tank. My lord. So, anyway. Some of the other Pokemon I had... Oh! Eevee apparently could have actually went into Raichu. Interesting enough. But, yeah. One of the other Pokemon I had was... freaking... Sneasel. Okay, so Sneasel went into Skiploom. Then... Where would it have ended from there? Oh, Ampharos, actually. Not bad, actually. Not bad. Sneasel to Ampharos would not have been that weird, actually, surprisingly. To me. To me, it wouldn't have been that weird. But I understand where it would be coming from. So, Ampharos was very much a physical attacker. It is 149 HP, a 97 defense. I say no, 97 attack. Excuse me. 59 defense, 89 speed, 78 special defense, and then 28 for physical defense. No, 28 for special attack. So not bad. Not bad at all. I know I had somebody else. What was it? I guess I could just go to a Pokemon Center. Do I have an escape rope? Do I have an escape rope, or do I have to run out? I don't think I have an escape rope though. I think I have to run out. I think I do have to run out from it, but it is what it is. I want to say this is all, but I will use a repel though. Actually, yeah, I was going to say, like, it's going to be better to just do this. Because, yeah, I knew about me needing to do that earlier. Wait, can I break it? I thought I could break it. I thought I had on Disaster. Did I bring on Disaster? No, I did. I thought I did. Wait, what? Why am I encountering stuff? I thought the repel was up. Oh, that's what that was. Now that I think about it, it actually was that. That's what it was. Hi, RCS! How are you? You look fine. I still can't believe that's RCS. Wait, no. Arceus was different. Ours, no, that was Shaman. So yeah, no, I should say hi Shaman. And I forgot that Shaman is outside that Arceus was the Ditto. So the failed clone becomes the god of all Pokemon, or rather, the god of all Pokemon becomes the failed clone of the first Pokemon. I guess. Actually, that is a very good question. Like, how is it that technically Ditto and other Pokemon like that can just transform into literally any Pokemon? Like, why? How is it that they can do that? Oh yes, the annoying, very annoying Milk Tank. But yeah, I don't think that I could really have bred anybody else. So it is what it is. I actually probably should have bred some more Pokemon, but I left them open in case I got some of the other things. I also could have used the Void to go and get like Darkrai, but I didn't decide to do that because it's like, why risk breaking the game when I could just do the log file anyway? And it's not like it would really have mattered much. Let's be real, it's not like it would matter much. The only thing that would have mattered is like, one, what moves, two, whether or not I actually had the capability to get there. So not really any much of a statement. The only thing that actually would have made it very much like, yeah, no, I should show it, is like whether or not I actually could just got in the event stuff that let you get over to Darkrai's place, let you get over to like several other places, but it is what it is. Oh my god, why are there so many Pokemon? And I just want to fly over to Canalave so I can check whether or not I can actually do some of the other stuff that I'm not expecting. Because like I do know that at one point that to get Shaman, for example, you have to have Oak's Parcel. I just don't have Oak's Parcel, so there's no capability for me to go and use the parcel and get everything else. So it is what it is. And frankly, I'm kind of surprised I I've gone like 30 extra minutes. To be fair though, this is why I also didn't want to do this all on stream. Because like I figured that by doing it all on stream, that's like I was just going to, like, I was already over by an hour, so like in terms of actually doing like some of the other stuff, yeah, sure, I don't mind. So who else do I have that's not evolved? So these three I showed. Oh right, those Pokemon. I also did have coughing, so that might be an interesting one. But yeah, the thing that I knew about the fourth guy was I didn't know that he was water. The moment that he sent out Machamp is the moment that I knew that he was water, and I couldn't do anything off of that. But it was kind of interesting to see Regigigas actually has Speed Boost. Actually, I think I knew about Speed Boost. Really? It had Twister since all the way back then. No, it had Scrap. Wow, Regigigas really does not get a lot of moves. Regigigas literally does not have a lot of moves. Because I remember this thing actually using that. And it used that a lot against me. But it is Ice Rock, so. I did have Kyogre at one point. Because I did meme and because I just threw a bunch of mud at it trying to get it to run away, but never did. It did have Flame Body, so it would have been an interesting encounter. I really do wish that I could have actually caught that Kyogre. Because that would have been a very much of an interesting Pokemon. Who was Ice? I forget what made it to where I thought. Oh, right, it was the Mirage Island thing. So Regice I did meet at Sunshore. Registeel was 221. Also 212. This one I didn't know it didn't have self-destruct, but if I went through again, it would have actually had self-destruct. So once it gets to 17, it gets to having Tail Whip, Charge Beam, and Triple Kick, while losing Toxic Spikes. It does have Sniper. Oh! That's a good ability if you could make use out of it. Because, like, Regirock is ground grass, so it can use Sniper. Registeel is poisoned, which means it can't be poisoned. Ew. That's the issue with, like, Registeel is not bad, but its ability is very good actually, but its type made its ability bad. Oh, so I actually could not run away from the Regice if I wanted to. Interesting. And as for this Jinx, I just didn't care to reset. And I already had the Jinx, so it's like just went into the invalid box. Timer I got a while back, so I'm not worried about that. So let me type in where I am wanting to go. So it's Cleffa, Happiny, and Igglybuff. Oh, right. Licton. Well, some other Pokemon that would be helpful to know about where they were is Worm. Oh, whoops. Worm the Lickitung. Just wanted to know that. That way I can get through. Nothing there. Oh. Actually. It would be helpful to know caffeine, because I didn't get to where I would be capable to level it. So those Pokemon I have, and then finally it is Mime Jr. I will laugh if Mime Jr. actually goes into a pop. Oh, sorry, I will laugh if Mime Jr. actually goes into one of the other ones. So so let me go and just do find. So first off, let's go for coughing first. Why not? Oh, coughing was went into Jolteon actually. So what did Jolteon have? So I would have had either a Bad Dreams, which I'm really hoping I did. I'm really actually what was my coughing's ability? Scrappy. Okay, so whatever Scrappy is what it went to. So coughing is where? Oh, right there. Oh, yes. So I actually was going to get a dark bat. Or can I say it really? Like, I actually would have been capable to get a Bad Dreams Jolteon. Oh my. I mean, that does sound good though, but now that I'm looking at stats, like, it's not that good. It has a whopping 175 HP, 131 attack. Sounds great, right? Alright. 29 defense, 37 special defense, 96 speed, and 57 special attack. So, actually kind of bad. Actually kind of bad. Might as well go Cleffa next. Oh, Bayonet. Huh. How's Bayonet then? Where's Bayonet? Where's Shepherd, actually? I'm looking for Bayonet or Shepherd. Those are things. I passed it. Where is it in this list? You would think I would know this, but I don't. A different option is Duskull. Where the heck is the Johto Ghost Pokemon? I know they're there, but I'm not seeing them. Oh, there's Shuppet. So, Bayonet, so I would have had only download. So, not bad, actually. Outside the stats. Because it is 122 to attack, 122 HP, 97 attack, 31 defense, then also 25 speed, 138 special attack, and 43 special defense. It is very much based off of essentially attacks. And Igly buff would have been to Clefairy. If you don't know what Clefairy would have been to, it would have been to a Dusknoir. Oh right, I passed up Lickitung. So what? Oh, Lickitung would have went into Glaceon, actually. If I had actually gotten to where I could have done, well, gotten Lick onto Lickitung, I actually would have gotten a Glaceon out of it. Not bad. Not bad. What would have been... How disappointed am I that I actually didn't get to where I could use the Glaceon? Where even is Glaceon in this? Down towards... Oh, yeah, down towards the bottom. That's also something I should have noticed. I should have noticed the types. So Glaceon is psychic, but it has 130 HP, 71 attack, 140 special, 140 defense, 35 speed, 44 special, and 105 special defense. So yeah, actually not that bad. I very much did enjoy it. Banette, for those curious, is a water bug type. As for Crobat, it was poison steel, so not bad. Actually, yeah, that basically was Dugong. Dugong was also a poison steel. Oh. Who else was I doing? And don't know, but I don't know who else I saw, but it probably wouldn't have been that interesting. Okay, so Apom, where are you? I wish I'd known that. I wish I had known that it was Chimecho. I would have re-rolled it. I would have re-rolled Apom had I known that it was Chimecho. I actually very much hate that. Like, had it been like, had it been that, I would have done it. Oh my god, I hate that. Oh, right, Jolteon. Jolteon was the other one. So, for those curious about Jolteon's types, it was a pure rock type, actually. Flareon, I was right, it was Dark Bug. Now, I think that the only one left is... Well, actually, it's Happiny, and it's also Igglybuff. Oh no, Happiny was Duskull. It was Duskull into Spoink. Actually, yeah, basically. Wait, I had 4 Azumarill. I had 3 Azumarils. Are you actually kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? I had 3 Azumarils. Because it's like, Technic's an Azumarill. Shepherd's an Azumarill. You're an Azumarill. Everybody's an Azumarill. Oh my god, what the heck am I actually looking at? Oh. So, Mime Jr. also would have went into Cherubi. Following Cherubi, it would have went into Natu. Is Natu its final? Okay, yeah. Natu would have been its final thing, ending up at Parasect. So, as a Parasect, it would have been an Ice type with either No Guard or Rockhead. But it had 97 physical, 97 HP. Not a physical attacker at all, with 29 attack, 71 defense, 92 special, 92 speed, 60 attack, 60 special attack, and then 56 special defense. As I said, it has Rockhead and No Guard. What did mine have for our Cleffa? So Hypercutter. Hypercutter. Hypercutter would have been the ability to check. So right to Cleffa. Oh. Defolition actually would not have been that bad. Defolition, for those curious, had a HP of 181. Jeez. 22 attack. So it's not very... It's very much more of it. Actually, yeah, no, it's just bulky. Because it has 65 attack, 65 defense, 167 and speed. So either way, I was getting a speedster. 35 special defense, and then 64 special defense with underwear. So I actually did get the better one. And I have no idea which one I would have gotten on Cleffa, because I got Hypercutter. And that's nothing. If it was the Igglybuff and I'm just being mistaken, then if it was Flame Body, it would have been no Guard. If it was Mold Breaker, actually, yeah, with the one that I would have had, it would have been essentially just it would have been the No Guard. Now, I am curious about Rayquaza's base stats, because that thing was very fast. How was it so fast? Oh my lord! Wow! So, yeah, no wonder why it was so freaking fast. HP, 64 attack. Nothing really there. Oh, it also, if I actually found it in a wild, it would have had a Mystic Water. Well, it was very common to have a Mystic Water. I'm actually surprised that mine didn't have any item. And then it would have had a rare chance for a Moonstone. But going down the list out after the 64 HP was 133 attack. Not a lot of special. I'll say not a lot of defense. And it's at 59 special. I was like 59 defense. Speed, which this, oh my lord, yeah, nothing is going to outspeed. Nothing is going to outspeed this. There's no way. I almost think that it hit a soft type cap for it, as it hit 255 base speed. My lord, that thing, if something managed to outspeed it, how the hell did that thing outspeed it? That's what my question would be if something outsped that sped Rayquaza. My lord. For special attack, it has 152, and then it has a poor 17 and special attack. Let's say special defense. My freaking lord. Just how? Just how? Okay, I did. On Jirachi, though, I did get a little bit of the worst ability, though. So mine was the Underwear one, but that was the second ability. Its first ability was immunity. So, yeah. But as for Jirachi, yeah, it was very bulky at 173. The attacks are very similar. With 170, I'll say with 113 for physical, 105 for special. Defense was 95, special defense was 65, and then it was speed at 45. I'm almost curious, like did Rayquaza have the highest single roll out of all the Pokemon? So 205 was, yeah, no, it had the highest. It was the only Pokemon to hit 255 in anything. It hit two. It was the only Pokemon to hit 255. Was it the only Pokemon to hit 200 in anything? Draypon got close with 194, but not quite there. Okay, something else did hit 2. Oh, wow, Giratina. Surprising. So, Giratina's stats, for those that were curious, has 205 HP, so it's one of the few that actually did hit 200. 36 attack, so no big deal there. 16 and defense, 26 speed, 186 Jesus special attack, and then 211 special defense. So it's the only Pokemon to actually hit hit 200 in multiple stats. Darkrai did hit 200 with special attack. Shaman also hit 200 with special attack. Its abilities were 67, were HP 67, attack 80, 65 special attack, 65 defense, and like I said, 213 for special attack. Special defense is 149, and speed is a whopping 26. There is not much speed in that one thing. Just nothing. Just absolute nothing. But yeah, it was certainly an interesting thing to see, like, several Pokemon hit various things where, yeah, everything was there. So, or rather like, everything was just like a specialist type thing. Like, I just had no words for a lot of this. Because I almost feel like Gengar probably would. No, actually, Gengar never hit 100. Well, Gengar never hit 200. Gengar was 63 in HP, 168 in attack, 151 in defense. No wonder why it had no speed. It was at 29 base. 65 special attack, and then 24 for special defense. But yeah, that's basically all of the 200 people. That's all of the main things that were interesting about this. So I went on for about an extra hour. Very much glad I did not do it for the previous thing, but it is what it is. So, like I said, the next thing that the next series to be streamed outside of this will be probably either one of the Neptunian, one of the Sora Online games, because I've had them since like several years ago. But like they're so old that some of them aren't even displaying like the last play date. But Shining Residence for Friend, I did have since like the 25th of December. So I might do that. I might do something else entirely, but yeah, a lot of this Sora Online stuff I have is actually from 2019. And mainly being like the first the first four. And then in 2020 I have the Sora Online XL World one. So either way, it should be an interesting thing. It was fun to go and do this. It was very interesting to see the team that I stated the current team thing to list that. It was so interesting to see a lot of things. Kind of a shame that it's done, but also it's like it was certainly getting to the point where it's like a lot of the interesting stuff would have already passed. Like it would have been just like a lot of the repeat stuff. The only thing that I would have actually done is just tried to make sure that I had Kabutops up for the ending, and then also made sure that I got up everybody else. But really, it's like, do I actually care? Do I actually care to do everything else? Nah, not really. It would have been much better. It's much better suited to just go and do something else. So it is what it is. So I hope you all enjoyed. I hope to see you all for the next project. But I'll ultimately see everyone whenever I next see you all.